Early Religious Poetry of Persia. J H Moulton presented to the University of Toronto Library by the Ontario Legislative Library 1980. The Cambridge Manuals of Science and Literature. Early Religious Poetry of Persia. Press Fetter Lane, E.G. C. F. Clay, Manager, 100, PE1 NCES Street Berlin, A. Asher and C. O. Mipyag, V.A. Brockhouse Edo $Orf, G.P. Putnam S. Sons Bombay and J. Calcutta, Macmillan and C.O., Ltd. All rights reserved. Early Religious Poetry of Persia. James Hope Moulton, M.A. Doctor of Literature, London, D.D., Eden, D.C.L., Durh, D. Theol. Berlin. Greenwood Professor in the University of Manchester, Cambridge, at the University Press 1911. Dambertage, printed by John Clay, M.A. at the University Press. With the exception of the coat of arms at the foot, the design on the title page is a reproduction of one used by the earliest known Cambridge printer, John Birch, 1521 in Piam Memoriam Edvardi Biles Cowell TPO and Amp, LT, T and Amp, GT, EIA 3. Preface. The fascinating field of Avestan literature has been strangely neglected in our country. I have tried in a modest way to open it up for students of poetry and students of religion, who will, I trust, at least recognize from these pages that the subject is worth pursuing further. The little book ventures on ground which is full of pitfalls for investigators who are not able to give undivided attention. I have therefore appreciated very specially the help of two old friends who have looked over my proofs: the editor, with whom I read the Gathas under Cowell long ago, and, for the first half of the book, Professor Williams Jackson, whose paramount authority in Iranian subjects every expert knows. To them and to other scholars named in the book itself I offer very warm thanks, only asking the reader not to hold them responsible when I have dared to be original and very likely wrong. J H M Wesleyan College, Didsbury. August 1911. A. *1 T. Year number I. 3. Contents. Chap. Preface. PAOE. 7. Transcription and pronunciation. I. The Aryans and their language. 1-2. General description of the Avesta. 10-3. Avestan verse forms. 4. Early history of the religion. 1728 v6. 7. Zarathustra. After Zarathustra. The Gathas, literary features 48-74-88. Contents of the Gathas 87-9. The Yashts and later Avesta. 119 Bibliography 162 Index 165 Transcription and pronunciation. The alphabet which appears in Avestan MSS is replaced throughout with Western letters. The system of transliteration here adopted has been governed mainly by the desire for simplicity. No attempt has been made to differentiate certain sounds which have separate symbols, but no intelligible distinction of quality. Transliterations enclosed in brackets are used in the body of the text, the others where an Avestan or Old Persian word is given as such. Vow'a, a in father, cfu in but, as in \et, fate, as in note, as in Frenchin, as in laic, as in quinine, as in pwll, pool. Consonants, kg, hard, x, kh, as in lock, gh, dialectic ger ta number c, ch, as in church, j, as in judge, t, hard, d6, th, as in bzth, 8, dh, as in bae, t, th, nearly equals or 8, pbfn, ng, as in nmybr, trilled, s, as in seal, z, as in zeal, s, sh, as in sure, percent, zh, as in azure, h15, hv, as in Welsh Cheekuk. Chapter I. The Aryans and their language. The continent of Asia, apart from the tiny country of Palestine, has produced very little poetry that has made any impression upon the West. The vast literature of India is known at a respectful distance, and its philosophy has to some extent compelled recognition, but the genius is yet unborn who shall popularize Veda or Mahabharata in Europe. One Eastern country alone, beyond the 40th parallel of longitude, has sung so as to make the West listen, and that is Persia, whose early religious poetry is the subject of this little book. Are not concerned with the times that gave us Firdausi or Hafiz, Nizami, and Omar Khayyam. The poetry of our period is utterly unknown in Europe and America except to a wee handful of scholars. Compare R. Fitzgerald S. Omar with the rub-dyed in sober English prose, and we are inclined to see a sufficient reason in Horace S. Mol to the Aryans and their language ch Karanki of 8 Sacro. Of Fitzgerald and Omar we are tempted to ask which is the potter, pray, and which the pot. Would Omar have been heard of in English literary circles had, say, Carey translated him? To answer that question is not our present busyness, nor does a similar question arise in connection with the literature we are about to describe. There is no Fitzgerald, to begin with, and if there had been, one must doubt whether he would have found a subject to his mind. Speaking generally, this early Persian religious poetry interests the thinker more than the man of letters. It has not a little beauty, and the student of religion lets his plummet down into its depths with increasing wonder. But there is no modernity about it, and no mirage of antiquity to quicken a poet's fancy. The oldest and most important parts of it are sermons in meter, and perhaps rather dull sermons too for those who are not seriously minded. Yet it may be hoped that before this little book comes to its last page the modern reader may be stirred to some interest in the doctrine of God and man proclaimed perhaps 30 centuries since by the prophet Zarathustra, Zoroaster, whose dim figure through the mists of time looms large among the highest thinkers of humanity. Aryan and Indo-European three at a period which in the hoary annals of Egypt or Babylonia might be counted as fairly recent, there lived together in Western Asia a people who called themselves one Aryans. They formed the easternmost branch of the great speech family in which our Germanic tribes have held one of the most westerly positions since history began tardily to fling us a recognition. Linguistic science enables us to reconstruct a common language, spoken in prehistoric times by a closely linked assembly of tribes occupying Central or Northern Europe. Only infer this common language by the careful analysis of historical dialects that are derived from it. A Hindustani word is compared with an English, a French word with a Russian, a Welsh with an Armenian, and the linguistic changes which have carried them so far apart are recognized as we trace the history back to the earliest speech we know. The actual home of the original Indo-Germanic or Indo-European tribes we cannot determine with certainty, though some where in Europe is at present the reasoned and confident answer of science to a question which 50 years ago produced the merely instinctive but equally confident somewhere in Asia. At the very dawn the term is generally used in England in the sense popularized by Max Muller, to denote what we call Indo-European or Indo-Germanic. In this book Aryan always has the narrower and more correct connotation of Indo-Iranian. 12/3 For the Aryans and their language of our historical knowledge one section of the family was some distance beyond the frontier of Europe towards the southeast, and it is this section with which we are concerned. The unity of ancestry that binds together the Indian and the Persian languages is, like the larger unity, a scientific induction and not proved from actual monuments. The oldest relics we possess of these languages reveal dialects already as distinct as Dutch and English. But the most casual acquaintance soon shows that the application of a few simple sound changes will suffice to turn the one language into the other. For instance, we find that an S at the beginning of a word before a vowel becomes H in the Iranian languages. 7 is sapped in Sanskrit, and retains its initial S in all the languages derived from Sanskrit. In Iranian it is hapta, as in Greek. Our familiar proper name Indus betrays by its initial, when contrasted with the native Sind, the fact that it comes to us from a foreign source. The H that is still preserved in Hindu tells us that the source is Persian. The application of this and similar laws of change will enable us to turn whole pages of the oldest Iranian into the dialect of the Rigveda, and comparatively seldom find an independent variation of form. Thus Professor Geldner cites a line of the Jimas which he sets by the side of one from the Mahabharata, thus, I the Iranian branch 5, Gath, Kami na 0 rata visto neoasa flwatka? M.bh, nas trata vitate vitivat nyevk. The latter is negative, and uses the finite verb instead of the participle. Otherwise, except for two words, they would become identical if we altered them thus, writing the Sanskrit without end quote, Sandhi end quote, 1, Kamoy na 0 rata visto neo number what? 2, Kasmi na trata vitas anyas tivat? In the application of this process on a larger scale we not seldom find the Iranian nearer the original we when they disagree. Can best appreciate the significance of this if we take a stanza of verse in English and write under each word the cognate word in Dutch. We should have to try Scotch instead before we could reduce the differences to the level of our Aryan comparison. It has seemed worthwhile to present this affinity in a form which can be appreciated without knowledge of either language, because of the fundamental importance of the issue involved. The difference of pronunciation between such a passage as we have printed above and the Aryan form of it, as reconstructed by the comparative method, is no greater than that between the English of Chaucer and that of Tennyson. Are allowed to be content with a few centuries of separation between the two branches, lying behind our oldest representative literature. Then we come to the period of unity, in 6 the Aryans and their language which the line above quoted would run somewhat as follows, allowing for some uncertainties and a margin of small dialectic differences which we cannot detect today. 3. Kasmi na trata vittas anyas tivad? During this period we may picture the Aryan tribes living together in a fairly extended country perhaps round the southwest of the Caspian Sea. Their language would be homogeneous enough for mutual understanding, though we may presume dialectic differences much like those which distinguish the speech of different English counties. To their common religion we shall return later. The cleavage that ultimately scattered the Aryan tribes was very probably social in its character. Part of the population were settled on the land as agriculturists, another part were nomads. The latter behaved to the former much as the Kurds behaved to the Armenians in the same region still. But at last great hordes of nomads hived off to the southeast, seeking more productive fields for plunder, and establishing themselves in the Punjab they ultimately became the masters of India and the authors of its intellectual wealth. We are concerned here with the tribes that remained behind in Iran, as the country came to be called. It is Aryanum Viajo, the end quote, Aryan I Bihistan inscription 7 how country, end quote, in the Avesta. Far their territory extended in prehistoric times we need not inquire at this point, but we may remind ourselves that Iranian languages today may be found in Persia, Afghanistan, Bokhara, Kurdistan, Baluchistan, and as far northwest as the Ossets in the Caucasus. Iran, then, is the bridge between Europe and India, and Iranian languages still mark the road along which our own kith and kin migrated from Europe ages before history began to tell of the peoples they left behind. Antiquity preserves for us 3 dialects from Iran. The remarkable discoveries at Turfan within the last decade have added a 4th, in the Christian and Manichaean manuscripts in the Sogdianian dialect. These are of the highest interest to the linguist as well as the theologian, but do not concern us here. Nor must we do more than mention the Old Persian language, preserved for us upon the cliff at Bihistan, where the servants of Darius and Xerxes smoothed the surface of the rock and cut the great cuneiform inscriptions which through 23 centuries have told of the victories of Persian kings to any travelers who risked their necks in the climb. But if Alexander passed that way, it is doubtful whether his Persian guides could have read to him the parts of the royal annals in which Marathon and Salamis were so unaccountably passed over. The Old Persian quickly lost its ancient flexions, and developed into 8 the Aryans and their language the Pahlavi of the Sasanian era and the almost uninflected Persian of the modern period. How Grotefend and Rawlinson recovered the key of this long-lost writing, and with it opened the door to the new science of Assyriology, is a long and fascinating story on which we may not enter the story of one of the mightiest triumphs of human intellect. The records of the Bihistan rock are told in sober prose, or we might find excuse to linger before that wonderful relic of the past. Must be content to refer our readers to an intensely interesting book of travel by one of the greatest of Oriental scholars, Persia Past and Present, by Professor A. V. Williams Jackson, of Columbia University, who in 1903 climbed the rock and read afresh some of the comparatively few characters which time had obscured to Rawlinson's penetrating eye. We pass on to the two dialects in which are written the literature that forms the subject of this little book. They have the common name of Avestan, from the Avesta, the sacred library of the ancient Persian religion. The name's end is often given to this language, and there really does not seem to be any very convincing reason why a short and convenient term should be discarded merely because it happens to be based on a misunderstanding of the, to most of us, unknown tongue to which Iranian dialects 9 belongs. However, science has banned the word, we have no choice but to obey. We proceed to define the two varieties of Avestan. The older we call Gutic, as the dialect of the Gathas or hymns, the most ancient and by far the most important section of the Avesta, though scanty in bulk by comparison with the rest. The later Avestan is a dialect closely akin to the Cthidic, but manifestly separated from it by many generations, if indeed we may not conjecture that its immediate parent was not the Gathic itself but a contemporary dialect diverging from it in a few features of pronunciation. Note: the possibility of throwing light on the prehistoric period of Aryan unity has been raised lately by the Mitannian inscriptions discovered at Baghazkayi by Winkler, dated in the 14th century BC. Pending further researches by the discoverer, we must recognize results as tentative, but it seems clear that names of Aryan divinities have been found, the form of which antedates the phonetic change of asterisk to h described above, p4. Whether their origin is Indian, Iranian, of a pre-Gathic dialect, or Proto-Aryan, is still debated. The Journal of T-Phi Royal Asiatic Society for 1909 and 1910 contains several interesting papers on the subject. Foot I off and quote, Chapter 2 General Description of the Avesta. The Avesta was brought to the West in the year 1771. Manuscripts were before that date reposing in European libraries, notably the Bodleian, but no one could read them, and the little noticed Oriental curiosity was a book with 7 seals. Fairly copious notices of ancient Persian religion, and even allusions to the Avesta, existed in classical authors, and they had been collected and examined with great wealth of learning by the Oxford scholar, Thomas Hyde, in a massive work published in 1701. But the Parsi Dasturs of Bombay kept their secret to themselves until it was tempted from them by the Frenchman Anquetil du Perron. He had seen an Avestan manuscript and conceived the ambition to interpret it to the Western world. He reached Bombay in the face of manifold difficulties, gained the confidence of the one Historia Religion Ionis Veterum Persarum Eorum Magorum, Oxford. Ch.2 The Avesta 11 Parsis by his enthusiasm, and after many years of study brought his treasures to Europe for publication. Anquetil's translation is of course entirely superseded now, for reasons that will shortly appear, though his collection of traditions is still serviceable. But it need hardly be said that this does not detract from the glory due to the great pioneer. It is sad to have to record that the discoverer's reward came mostly long after he had passed beyond the enjoyment of it. Chorus of skepticism assailed him. Leader in it was Sir William Jones, the very man who ought to have been foremost in recognizing Anquetil's merit and correlating his discovery with the newly found treasures of Sanskrit. Jones was himself a pioneer in Sanskrit study, and well acquainted with Persian. It is strange that the acute scholar who first saw the linguistic connection of Sanskrit, Greek, Latin, and Germanic, and thus laid the foundation of all modern philology, could not see how the new Avestan dialect, obscured though it was by imperfect traditional interpretation, fitted in with the facts he already knew. The Avestan manuscripts which were thus brought within the range of Western scholarship are all of quite recent date. The oldest known is dated 1278 AD. They are written in a script of relatively late origin, running from right to left, in an alphabet of great richness, comprising some 50 sc12 the Avesta o different signs. It has retained the Aryan sibilants, and developed a number of fresh spirants, sounds like fjv, th, etc., giving the language some of the characteristic softness of Spanish or modern Greek, while it resembles all the Indo-European languages in dropping the difficult voiced aspirates, bh, dh, gh / which only Sanskrit and its descendants have kept. It has considerably augmented the scanty vowel system it inherited from the Aryan period, in which primitive a, e and o were already fused together. The divisions of the Avesta must here be noticed. First in importance comes the asna, worship, the kernel of which are the 5 gathas, already alluded to. The rest of the asna contains texts relating to ritual, some of them essentially similar in character to the yashts, avy and ti, praise, from same root as yasna, and nearly the same in meaning. The yashts are hymns of praise, 21 in number, addressed to the yazatas or angels, of whom we shall have to speak presently. The yasna and the yashts include very nearly all the verse that the Avesta contains, and we may pass over the minor texts, only further naming the Vendid, avvl $va data, anti-demoniac law, which is nearly all in prose, comprising the ceremonial code, with some more interesting matter to which we shall recur. Mention of other parts may be omitted, as they contain practically no verse. And losses of primitive texts. 13 The Avesta has had a long and checkered history, which lies witnessed the irretrievable loss of its larger portions and an unknown amount of damage to the text of what has survived. Pliny tells us of 2 million verses composed by Zoroaster, and the Arab historian Tabari says that his writings were inscribed on 12,000 cowhides. Parsi tradition accuses Alexander of destroying one of 2 complete copies of the Avesta in the sack of Persepolis, and the other copy at Samarkand, it is implied, vanished somehow larly. Far there still survived scattered copies of certain texts, and how far tradition preserved others, we have no means of knowing. To King Vakhash, who probably lived in the 1st century of our era, is ascribed the initiation of the work which ultimately produced our Avesta. It was taken up with great enthusiasm by the earliest monarchs of the Sasanian dynasty, 226 AD to the Mohammedan conquest. The final revision of the text took place in the 4th century, when the canon was authoritatively resettled. Have in the early Pahlavi writers descriptions of the contents of this canon, showing how much was even then believed to have been past recovery. But heavier losses still have followed. Alexander's destructiveness, if not purely mythical, was accidental. He was the last man to burn a literature of set purpose. It was otherwise with the Moslem invasion of the 7th century. When 14 the Avesta the choice was between death with the Avesta and life with the Quran, the palpable inferiority of the latter was easily overlooked. The faithful remnant who in the next century took refuge on the hospitable shores of India, to find there a liberty of conscience which Mohammedan Persia denied them, brought with them only fragments of the literature that Sasanian piety had so laboriously gathered. Altogether, Professor Williams Jackson calculates, about 2/3 of the Avesta have disappeared since the last Zoroastrian monarch sat on the Persian throne. It is not surprising that a book which has passed through so many vicissitudes should have prompted some questioning among critics of today. James Darmstaedter, one of the very greatest Orientalists of the 19th century, carried skepticism to its utmost conceivable length in his attempt to demonstrate that the Jethats are no older than the 1st century of our era, and that the Sasanian editors are to be credited with very much more originality than tradition allows them. Darmstaedter's theory was set forth in the introduction to his monumental French translation of the Avesta, published in the Annales du Musfo Guillemot only a year before the great scholar died, still in the 40s, but with achievement behind him large enough to give distinction to any lifetime. The theory needs prominent mention here, because it is expounded for English to Darmstaedter's theory 15 readers in the 2nd edition of Darmstaedter's translation of the Vendidfid in Sacred Books of the East. Its appearance in the standard volume from which ordinary readers naturally get what ideas they have of the Avesta makes it necessary to explain that its brilliant author never made a convert among experts. We may feel quite confident that, had he lived, he would have abandoned it himself under stress of unbroken opposition from everyone whose opinion was based on knowledge. The reasons for our trust in the antiquity of the G and thats will come out as we proceed. There is the subtle evidence of versification and dialect, which would have been alike impossible to fashion in the period to which Darmstaedter assigns them. There is the evidence of their contents, psychologically incongruous if regarded as built up around an imaginary character. The preservation of venerated poetry for centuries by unaided tradition seems to us very wonderful, but it is no unparalleled marvel. The days are long past when the Homeric poems were assumed to be late because it could be shown that they were not written down in the age when they were first composed. As for the rest of the Avesta, its close connection with religion accounts in the end for its preservation. Know the forces which carried our own sacred books through even hotter fires of persecution than those which raged round the Parsis when Islam came. Carried largely in the 16th the Avesta chn memory, or furtively copied by unskillful hands, the Gospel suffered not a little from textual corruption, which could not be wholly repaired when in quieter days students began to edit the sacred text from 2 or 3 early recensions, and in particular there was considerable disturbance of the grammar and orthography of the originals. But no one imagines that the text as a whole is discredited by its having passed through conditions which would have destroyed mere literature, however full of genius, and however beloved by aesthetic devotees of art. Much the same in its own degree may be said of the Avestan texts. Their grammar and their verse form, except in the constantly chanted gathas, cp 26, were badly corrupted by their custodians through imperfect knowledge of a sacred tongue long dead. But we can feel little surprise at the preservation of documents so fundamental to religion, by those pilgrim fathers of Zoroastrianism who gave up everything for their faith. And happily modern science can apply stringent tests to assure us that it was not cunningly devised fables they guarded so long and so well. Chapter 3 Avestan verse forms. Few subjects are more overladen with technicality, and more obstinate when one would rouse the interest of the general reader, than that of meter, especially as developed by modern scientific study. The present writer cannot hope to succeed where even specialists seem bound to fail, but the subject cannot be altogether passed over, and we must attempt to give some general account of the elements which constitute verse in the Avesta. These are elements indeed in more senses than one, for nothing more elementary can be found among all the verse forms of Indo-European languages. Verse in the Avesta depends only on the numbering of syllables and the placing of the caesura. In his very important monograph on the meter of the later Avesta, Professor Geldner has noted the total absence, after prolonged and various tests, of any discoverable MO218 Avestan verse form ch rhythm or any certain influence by accent or quantity. There is one possible exception, if Geldner's suspicion is justifiable that 3 main accents as a rule may be found in the 8-syllabled verse. There may be added Bartholomew's argument to prove that in Gathic verse enclitic pronouns and particles were normally placed after the first main accent in a verse unit. This marks the extent to which modern research has been able to trace the rudiments of any advance beyond a prosody dependent on syllable counting alone. The most conspicuous feature of Avestan metric system is the complete severance between the Gathas and the later Avesta. In the former we have elaborate meters, differing widely in the several we groups. Need not describe them here, for we must try to give some idea of them in Chap Ven. As we come to each G and Tha. The meter of the later Avesta is very much simpler, and practically uniform. It consists of 8-syllable verses, very rarely, it would seem, lengthened into 12. The only variety is in the length of the stanza, which may contain 3, 4, or 5 lines. Come as near to it as English can in the meter of Hiawatha, which will be used for our renderings in Chap 9. But we must remember to eliminate our accent, and be prepared as preliminary discipline to sing a quatrain of Longfellow to the Old Hundredth, by way of ridding in later Avestan 19 ourselves effectively of the element which is so vital in English verse. The later Avesta is characterized by perpetual mixture of verse and prose. According to Geldner, there is only one section, the Horn Yasht, Ys9, which is wholly in verse, and we have the 2 elements mingled in varying proportions till we come to the Vendadrul, where there is hardly any continuous verse. We may generally assume that the prose represents accretions of an age which had probably lost touch with the ancient meter. Theoretically the mixture might be ancient. Thus, in his Aurea Yuxiconder Indo-Germaniskan Alter T 9th Nude, p. 134, Professor Schrader mentions and quote, a combination of prose and strophically arranged verse, to be found in the Veda as in the Edda. End quote. There is seldom any temptation to fall back on this possibility in the Avesta. The specimens we give in Chap 9 will enable the reader to judge very fairly for himself. The metrical sequence may often have been lost by textual corruption where the matter is old. More often, we must believe, new matter has been added in an age which had forgotten how to sing the old songs, just as it had forgotten the idiom of the old language. There is a possible exception to break the monotony of octosyllabic verse in the later Avesta. Geldner in his J 1877, gave some specimens of 2220 Avestan verse form ch 10-syllabled lines, scattered about in the midst of ordinary verse, without any obvious reason, to say nothing of rhyme. More hopeful decidedly is a strophe which, as he says, answers end quote, completely to the Indian Aksara-Pankti of 4x10 or rather 8x5 syllables. End quote. It is worth quoting in the original for some features which are discernible even by readers who know nothing of the language. Yat yeo dea, aat devaswisan, yat sisus dea, aat devatasan, yat pistro dea, aat davuru0en, yat gundo dea, aat dapva p senior, vend. S32. There follows a line of prose, which we cannot turn into verse without drastic revision, and then there are 3 lines of octosyllabic meter. Professor Cowell rendered the whole passage thus, verse and prose together, for his Cambridge pupils: at the sight of the barley the demons sweat, at the sight of the fan the demons cough, at the sight of the millstone the demons greet, at the sight of the dough cake the demons are off. The demons he sends in haste away, from the house of the dough cake scared they fly. They scorch their jaws, they cannot stay, where the barley store heaps multiply. The version of this Pitacus end quote, as Cowell called song, end quote, it, will indicate the general character of a snatch of popular poetry which breathes the whole spirit of the Ingathas and Veda 21 early Mazdayasnian community in its enthusiasm for agriculture. But Geldner, in his great critical edition of the Avesta, prints these decasyllabics as prose, and to judge from his silence on the subject in the Ndris, N23, he has given up his former view. Professor E. B. Arnold in a letter to the writer says, end quote, it seems rather doubtful whether these lines are verse, they suggest to me rather the parallelism of form and meaning which is the foundation of verse and a stepping stone towards it. End quote. It remains for us to bring these characteristics of Avestan verse into comparison with what we find in We India. Have already remarked on the closeness of the nexus between the two divisions of the Aryan language unity, and we shall find under this new heading some features of close relationship that are we both suggestive and perplexing. Start with observing how the intense individuality of the Gathas is maintained even in their prosody. In dialect, as we have seen, they stand much nearer than the later Avesta to the Rigveda, but in meter and in thought alike it is the Yashts and not the Gathas in which the Vedic student finds himself at home. 4 out of the 5 verse systems of the Gathas have no complete parallel in the Veda, according to Geldner, though Professor Arnold in his Vedic meter enumerates not less than 88 metrical forms. Are not surprised to find that Vedic bards developed their own meters 22 Avestan verse form ch to a considerable extent, as lyric poets will in every age which has not fallen into slavish artificiality. That so original a thinker as Zarathustra should have done the same need cause no surprise. What is remarkable, and not readily explained by mere coincidence, is the fact that in metrical form the approximation between Indian and Iranian becomes most marked in the later stages of both literatures. The octosyllabic verse of the later Avesta is found in the Veda, and provides ultimately the plojca of the epic, to be numbered there by the 100,000. Have therefore the curious fact that later Indian and later Avestan poetry alike not only developed the same meter but practically discarded all others. Professor Arnold is even disposed to think that the bards traveled from Persia to India, so hard does it seem to him to explain by parallel development. Contacts between India and the Persia of the later Avestan period are distinctly suggested by some phenomena in the religion of that period, but so far as they go the suggestions are rather of influence traveling in the other direction. There is one detailed result of Professor Arnold's brilliant and laborious researches which may be conjectured to possess significance for our subject. He has shown that in the Vedic period there are a great many originally short final vowels which have become regularly long, while in classical Sanskrit they are in final short vowels 23 short again. Now we find in our Ms tradition of the Gathas that all final vowels are long, whatever their etymological record. Professor Arnold himself thinks that in both cases we have to do not with a dialectical peculiarity but a metrical fashion, due, to an artificial emphasis on final syllables partly based on analogy, and developed by the Avestan poets into a rule. This explanation does not seem available for the Old Persian of the inscriptions, where final long vowels equally unoriginal occur in a considerable number. One can hardly help regarding the coincidence in this matter between Vedic, Old Persian and Geathic as due to a real common tendency, which Gathic has pushed further than the others. In that case classical Sanskrit lies outside the area affected by this tendency, and we recall the fact that there are many inflectional forms in which Gathic and Vedic agree, while later Sanskrit diverges, inasmuch as Vedic is not the parent of Sanskrit, but, so to speak, its aunt. The same is probably true of Gathic and later Avestan, though this phenomenon cannot be adduced in evidence, for in later Avestan all final vowels, except in monosyllables, are impartially short. It may therefore go back to an ancestry agreeing with Gathic here, or to one which is like classical Sanskrit free from this peculiar infection. But this is obviously uncertain ground to tread. 24 Avestan verse form ch upon, and we must pass to a less problematical result of the comparison between Veda and Avesta. We have noted that from first to last Avestan verse shows no sign of dependence on quantity. Long and short syllables are entirely indifferent, and the student of prosody has only to count and not to weigh. Now the verse of the Veda has manifestly passed into a new and more developed stage, in which, as Professor Arnold puts it, preferences arise for long and short syllables, and for groups of these, at certain points in the verse. Nor is this the only mark of development on the Indian side. The rules of vowel combination which in the Rigveda, according to Whitney, cause a vowel ending to coalesce with a vowel initial in the next word about 7 times for every one in which hiatus is left, mark a great change from the conditions found in the Avesta, where this sandhi is relatively rare. This all means that the Rigveda belongs to a very much more advanced stage of literary evolution than any part of the Avesta, although the latest Avestan poetry must be centuries later in date than the latest hymns of the Rigveda. Indian literary development was clearly a hothouse plant. The Vedic poets belonged to a regular craft, like Pindar, and the bardic families had no doubt been elaborating the lines of their models for generations before our oldest extant hymn was composed. In Persia, on the other hand, it was in relative antiquity 25 well nigh 2,000 years before poets arose who we cared much for literary form. May not therefore argue that the more primitive system of Gothic verse gives the hymns of Zarathustra higher antiquity than the oldest Indian poetry with its abundant marks of literary development. But when we set this mark of primitive simplicity by the side of the evidence from language, which makes us recognize Gothic to lie at least as near as Vedic to the parent Aryan, we feel it increasingly difficult to acquiesce in the traditional date for the prophet, p. 48f. If the Vedic poets are not to be brought down out of the second millennium BC. Lastly, we must comment on the welcome evidence afforded by the test of meter as to the remarkable faithfulness with which the Gathas have been preserved. Our oldest manuscripts were written less than 6 centuries ago, and during by far the largest proportion of their long history the hymns have been chanted in a dead language. In spite of this, they present to modern scholarship a text which will stand close testing by laws of meter established out of a cognate literature of which the authors never we heard. May as well add the transmitters also, For even if the Parsi priests who wrote our manuscripts knew the Veda well, a sufficiently unlikely hypothesis, they could never have detected the subtle traces of identity beneath the diversity which they 26 Avestan verse form ch never attempted to impair. They must have done much more if they attempted anything at all. The accuracy of transmission of course arises from the unique sanctity with which the hymns were invested, as it does in the parallel case of the Samhita text of the Rigveda. In both Gathas and Veda the meter enables us to restore, on curiously similar lines, a more archaic pronunciation than our traditional we spelling witnesses. May safely assume that fixed tunes or chants preserved the meter, and so preserved the grammatical accuracy of texts in a dialect long dead. However this may be, we have beyond question copies made in the 14th century of our era presenting us with poems that we may compare word after word with ancient or modern speech material from all the languages of our Indo-European family. And such comparison equally beyond all question gives us trustworthy scientific results, even though we have to believe that when the Magi chanted the Gaths to the rising sun as they journeyed to Bethlehem long ages ago, the language of their hymn may have been less clear to them than it is to their modern successors in Bombay. What has been said of the Gaths is much less true of the later Avesta, though, as we have seen, ritual use preserved even there a large amount of verse when the secret of its scansion and composition was lost. Priests and theologians, and in accuracy of preservation 27 lovers of national folklore, could add their glosses to these less venerated poems without hindrance, and the glosses might often extend beyond the bulk of the original. These glosses betray themselves to us not only by their unmetrical form, but often by grammatical blunders showing under what impossible limitations their authors tried to compose in a sacred language which for generations had never been spoken. Chapter 4 Early History of the Religion. In the religious poetry that forms our subject, we very soon discover that the adjective bulks much larger than the noun. The merely literary side of our survey will give us but little to do. Lover of the Avesta is loath to admit it, but the confession must be made that the man whose interest in religion is only aesthetic is not very likely to tarry long in this field. It might even be suggested that one reason for the failure of Parsism to win a commanding place among the world's religions lies in its weakness on that side where literature makes itself, even when its creators, like the writers of the New Testament, are totally unconscious of any literary gift or mission. Around the figure of the founder himself there is no halo, nor anything out of which a halo could be developed. Few facts are recorded about his life, and in his own poems he contrives to for the founder 29 suppress his personality more than any other religious genius known to history. Later legend about him is hardly ever picturesque. It revels in the marvelous, but the marvels are mostly trivial or absurd. Can admire Zarathustra, and we can set him with thankfulness among the prophets through whom God spake to the fathers of old time. But we can neither realize nor idealize him, like his own angelic abstractions around the throne of his very impersonal God. He is a voice and nothing more. In delineating the nature of Zarathustra's work we have to keep in mind constantly our dependence on conjecture, and we must proportionately shun any tendency to dogmatism. It is obviously essential, in estimating the life work of a religious reformer, that we should have a thorough understanding of the religious conditions of his own upbringing and of the people to whom he preached. But in the case of Zarathustra this milieu cannot be described from documentary evidence or recalled by ordinary historical methods. It has to be sought in a prehistoric twilight and reconstructed by methods which are thoroughly scientific but admittedly not infallible. The nature of these methods we have sketched already. We have now to indicate some results of their application to Aryan religion. Our reconstruction can of course only give us a partial idea of the religion of the Aryan tribes themselves, as 30 early history of the religion evidenced by common elements traceable in Indian and Iranian worship. Partial, say, for there may well have been many features in Proto-Aryan religion which died out in one branch or the other of the divided Aryan family, and therefore cannot be recognized as primitive by the only test we can apply. And it must also be remembered that common elements may be susceptible of another interpretation. There are 2 or 3 divine names in the Avesta which were most probably borrowed at a late period from Indian religion by way of direct polemic, Indian gods being turned into Avestan fiends. Then there is a further gap in our evidence, in our having hardly any means of depicting the religion of tribes among whom these Aryans lived. As the Aryans were certainly only a dominant minority in the population, this aboriginal religion is likely to have influenced that of their overlords in many directions, just as the Dravidian cults of India influenced most profoundly the whole religious system of the Aryan castes in after days. The immensely important question of Babylonian influence has to be examined under this heading. But we may safely put this aside for the early period with which we are concerned. There does not seem to be any recognizable evidence for it till a much later stage in the one, just as an Avestan reference to Jyotima is best taken as a definite attack upon Gautama the Buddha, see below, p. 141. 4 Primitive traits. 31 History of Parsism, with one exception to be mentioned presently. There are quite enough positive traits, however, which we can assign with certainty to the religion of the Aryan period. To determine them we seek for elements common to Veda and Avesta, and have only to check our collection by eliminating what appears to arise from later contacts. Confidence in the resultant picture is heightened by its remarkable agreement with the obviously truthful description of Herodotus, I 131 tf, of Persian religion in the 5th century BC. Naturally expect to find in the Aryan period the main lines of the religion which the comparative method enables us to trace for the primitive Indo-European age. In his masterly article, or rather treatise on Aryan i.e. Indo European religion in Hastings' Encyclopedia of Religion and Ethics, Professor Otto Schrader gives us the latest results of scientific research in a form both novel and convincing. He makes large use of the evidence we have of Lithuanian religion in the period immediately preceding the advent of Christianity. These people having remained from prehistoric times within the district from which the Indo-European tribes originally radiated, according to the most probable view, preserved with least change to a very late date the conditions prevailing among the primitive folk, as linguistic and 32 early history of the religion archaeological evidence enables us to reconstruct them. An illustration of this principle appears in the point just noted, that the Persians, who remained in the old Aryan country, preserved far more perfectly than the Indians the characteristics of Aryan religion. Schrader adopts and reinforces the doctrine of Hermann Usner as to special gods Sander Götter, presiding over particular actions or functions. Roman religion preserves this extremely ancient type unchanged to the last. Side by side with these gods there are the heavenly ones special Diawo, the great elemental forces of nature which most seriously influence the well-being of men. These nature powers were not distinguished in title from the material objects in which they resided. Our earliest evidence presents us with nameless gods, that is, gods worshipped without changing into a proper noun the common noun that described their function. A modern minor poet can personify at pleasure by the easy resource of capitals, which was denied to the ancients, but the difference between dawn and sky and much the dawn, is sky, same in one case as in the other. This is the reason why the reconstructed language of the original Indo-Europeans contains no real divine names. Father 1 Schrader's own words may be cited, of all the Aryans Indo-Europeans the Slavs are the race that remained nearest the original home, and are thus the last to enter into history. For nameless gods heaven and Mother Earth were most assuredly worshipped, but whereas Dios remained in most of the Indo-European dialects the name for the sky, it happens that no universal name survived for the earth, and we get the erroneous impression that the cult of the common ancestor of the Vedic Dios Pitar, the Greek father Zeus, the Latin Dies Piter, Jupiter, the Germanic Tiu, Tuesday, was more important than that of his consort Mother Earth. Whose we varies. Might as well argue that our Indo-European forefathers had feet, 77-09, peas, foot, socket pad, etc., but no hands, since a common name for the latter does not happen to survive. Side by side we with the heavenly ones, have the equally important, perhaps more important, cult of the dead. Two distinct strands may be observed in Greek religion, the coexistence of which in the faith of one people will help us to understand what we find among the Aryans and other branches of our family. The Olympians as a whole belong clearly to the Diawo, in so far as they have taken the general character of their chief Zeus, the sky. But the worship of the heroes, the ancestors, appears to have touched much deeper springs in the Greek mind, and it is significant that their general name for God comes from this side. For Tethia, Dwazos, CFL, and T. Festus, and especially Pharalis, ghostly meant originally a ghost, Uriol ancestral I, spirits, is a phrase that retains, on, /II 1034 early history of the religion the most ancient meaning of the word. Roman religion keeps the two elements even more obviously in view, though the Latin general word dens or divos name is the old one, the heavenly of ones. It is of the Roman festivals of the dead which is responsible for the still surviving superstition about marriages in May. Now in Aryan language there were two general words for a god, Ahura, Saket Ahura, Av Ahura, and Deva, Saket Deva, Av Deva. The latter is of course the Indo-European Deavo, whose heavenly, plural Diawo we have already referred to. The former is an Aryan derivative from the Indo-European Dsu, the breath of life, whence in the West we have Anglo-Saxon that Avestan fi, elves, is spirits. In Ahura came mean and to Lord, Deva, demon, is a fundamental part of the later history of Iranian religion, which we must treat in its place. Here it is enough to note that the names are significant of the two most prominent elements in Aryan ideas about God. Their coexistence may possibly be due ultimately to race mixture, the fusion of a race worshipping ancestors with another race worshipping but the heavenly ones. It is not easy to find any Indo-European folk that in primitive times worshipped either the one or the other exclusively, and we may as well acquiesce in the recognition of the combination as far back as our knowledge will carry us. Aryan ancestor worship is represented in the four Aryan ancestor worship 35 Veda and by the cult of the Pietras, fathers, in the Avesta by the conception of the Fravishis of the righteous, so far as they answer to the Roman Dimanes. Another side of this important conception we shall examine below, p. 145. It will be useful here to recall Schrader's acute remark that the ancestor spirits rather than the Diawo were the guardians of morality. The were heavenly ones the Sondergatter of spheres far less concerned with human action than were the spirits of men's ancestors that always hovered within range. An exception to this principle might well be found in the all-seeing sun of Greek thought, which was certainly not foreign to Indian or Iranian theology. Mithra, below, p. 37, who is sufficiently solar to give his name to the sun in modern Persian, Mir is in the Avesta the guardian of truth, cfp 137 below, and in a striking passage of the Mahabharata, one in which Indian thought comes nearest to the conception of conscience, a kingly wrongdoer is reminded that the sun sees secret sin. But it is hardly likely that the idea dates from Aryan times. The Aryan nature gods may fairly be catalogued in the words of Herodotus, who says that the Persians worshipped sun, moon, earth, fire, water, and wines I 131. These answer excellently to the kind of deities whose common recognition in Veda and Avesta assures us that they belong to the Aryan 32-36 early history of the religion O pantheon. The account the same authority gives, 459, of Scythian religion may be thrown into the same scale, for the Scyths seem to have been Iranians left behind in the great southeasterly migration, who preserved the Aryan inheritance in a very primitive form. He says they venerated the hearth fire, Hestia, most of all, and in addition Zeus and Earth. That the primeval sky god, Aryan Dios, still kept in the Aryan period his ancient primacy is made somewhat doubtful by the disappearance of the name from the Avesta, except in one place CP 124 below, and the very secondary position he takes in the Veda. But Herodotus says the Persians called the whole orb of heaven Zeus and worshipped him. This probably means that the historian had heard the old name, which he identified with the Greek Zeus quite correctly, as we know. He was describing the religion of the common people inhabiting Medo-Persia, who appear to have retained in the 5th century with little change the religion their Aryan forefathers had professed in the same land at least 1500 years before. The Aryans presumably worshipped Mother Earth mostly without making a proper noun out of her name, but they seem to have created one special appellation for the earth spirit, Aramati, which we shall find occupying a very prominent position in the Gathas and after, pages 62f. An extremely important Aryan god whose province came for Mithra 37 very near that of Dios was Mithra, Saket Mitra, Av Meora etc. He seems to have belonged to the upper air rather than to the sun. Professor E. V. Arnold says there is little support in the Veda for the solar connection, unless it be in hymns which compare Agni to Mitra. Nor is the Avestan Yazida decisively sun-like. His name has no very convincing cognates in Indo-European languages, and we are rather tempted to speculate on a prehistoric link between the Aryans and Babylon, or some source influenced by Babylon. The firmament of the first chapter of Genesis was very prominent in early Semitic mythology, and it is remarkable that the Assyrian Medrun, rain, comes so near to Mithra's name 1. If this is his origin, we get a reasonable basis for the Avestan use of the word to denote a contract, as also for the fact that the deity is in the Avesta patron of truth, and in the Veda of friend he ship. Is the mediator between heaven and earth, as the firmament was by its position, both in nature and in mythology, an easy corollary is his function of regulating the relations of man and man. Our suspicions of Mithra's alien origin prompt the mention here of a water spirit who does not belong to the Indians at all and therefore is presumably non-Aryan. Anfahita, the undefiled, is a river genius, who in the later Avesta has a special association. I owe this to my colleague Professor H. W. Hogg. See further p. 47 below. 38 Early history of the religion ch with Mithra, seen also in the latest of the Achaemenian inscriptions, and in Herodotus, I 131, who actually confuses the two. The name is a cult epithet attached to a mythical river Ardvi, but the epithet drove out the name. When however we find that the Elamites had a corresponding deity Nahunti, Jensen, we begin to suspect that Anhita is an aboriginal figure and her name among the Iranians a product of popular etymology on familiar lines. The very association of god and goddess which we find here is enough to make us look towards the native cults of Western Asia. Whether Elamite or Assyrian was responsible in this case we will not presume to decide. Next to heaven and earth we may take fire, who among the Aryans generally, as among the Iranian Scythi, above, p. 36, held at least an equal position to theirs, if not one higher still. Elaman acutely points out the significance of the change which the Indian tribes made in their conception of the sacred fire. They used a different word, Agni, cognate with Latin ignis, cf. Lithuanian unelstventi, holy fire, and his special function was the consuming of the sacrifice, which he bore up to the heavenly ones, but in Aryan days, as still in the days of Herodotus, I 132, and in the Avesta, the sacrifice was not burnt at all, but the gods were invited to come down and partake on the spot. Fire then in its sacrificial aspect was the messenger that for fire worship 39 called them down. The sacred fire was called Adder, with which name we compare the Latin trium, the room that contained the hearth fire. The Indians in their torrid climate had no use for the old institution which Greeks, and Amp, Lt, Rhea, and Romans, Vesta, and other northern tribes continued to regard as divine. It is suggestive to compare the change of the old word tepesi, which connoted grateful warmth in Italy, and gave the scyths in their inhospitable country a goddess Tabatai, meant in India it the penance, religious character of which applies in a very different way the primitive association. Layman shows how Dar was the purifier, who exorcised evil things, illuminated the night, kept off bitter cold and wild beasts, and destroyed noxious and devilish powers generally. The old nomadic life on the plains might well raise fire to the first place among the friends of man. The myth of the victory of Adar over the serpent Azidahaka is thoroughly Iranian, but it seems to go back to Aryan and even Indo-European antiquity. Layman's comparison with the saga of Loki's binding by Thor, or that of the wolf Fenris, is very suggestive. So is his note on the contrast of the Iranian with the characteristic Indian myth of Indra Vritrahan. But he seems to be wrong when he assumes that the primitive meaning of the Aryan word Vritragan was lost in Iran, as in the Anavestan Varethrakna, the genius of victory. 40 Early history of the religion. The contrary, this is the original meaning of the word one, which is derived from an adjective assault repelling, victorious. The drought demon Vritra, slain by the hero Indra, is a creation of imaginative etymology. If Vritrahan means striking or slaying, and x is an unknown quantity, the way is clear for inventing a demon with which to solve the equation. It is of a piece with the invention of a particular hell called Put, from which the Putra, Saket for son delivers his father. It would be unreasonable to expect comparative philology too early in human history. Having thus parenthetically disposed of a further element in the Aryan heritage, we may go on to note the suggestiveness of these conceptions of a perpetual strife between powers of light and darkness, heat and cold, beneficent and malignant forces of nature. In the Aryan and early Iranian periods alike they remained purely naturalistic, and they had nothing in them to separate them in character from myths of the same order to be found in other parts of the world. But they were a very prominent feature in the mental furniture of the people to whom Zarathustra came, and they supplied a ready one. See Bartolome, Wörterbuch, SVTJRE0RA Angrove. Professor E. V. Arnold remarks, Indra appears to have stolen his title of Vritrakhna from some earlier god or gods. It doubtless meant only when he victorious took it. For nature powers 41 background for the most fundamental novelty of his teaching, as we shall presently see. The persistence of the naturalistic conception among the people long after the Reformation is well seen in the myth of Tishtraya and Apesa, which forms the subject of Yasht 8, p. 132. We need not go exhaustively through the religious and mythological conceptions which approve themselves as primitive. There is only one other of primary importance, and the rest may be left till we meet them again in the Yashts. The Aryan Soma, Ved. Soma, Av Hauma, was originally the drink which confers immortality, a parallel to which may be found elsewhere in Indo-European mythology. Such it remains in the Avesta, but in India it becomes the drink of the gods. The change is analogous to that of the Greek nectar. Other developments on Indian soil we need not chronicle. It will be observed that here, as in many other respects, the Indian tribes, migrating into a tropical climate and all the differing conditions of a new country, have changed the character of their Aryan inheritance. We do not find it easy to name an Aryan cult which the Iranians have altered and the Indians have left alone. That Layman wrongly cites the Avestan Varethrakna we have already seen. The myth of Yama, Av Yuma, according to what is presumably the later Avestan form, is a somewhat 42 early history of the religion. Better case, though not very decisive. In the Rigveda, Yama and his sister Yami, children of Vivasvant, Avivwavant, are the first human pair. It is easy to Yama equate the name with and assume that twin, the myth made mankind start from twin children of heaven that one of every pair of twins was among primitive peoples imagined to be a child of the sky has been abundantly shown in Dr. Rendell Harris's researches on the cult of the Dioscuri. This conjecture is borne out by the name of Yama's father, which may well be a cult epithet of the bright sky, shining abroad, from the root vas, to shine, In India Yama subsequently became king of the dead, a conception which Parsism clearly could not have used. But it is probably not Aryan. Yama's posthumous royalty is only like that of Minos among the Greeks, and it is a serious difficulty when we bring in the Iranian factor. In the Avesta Yuma Sakta, Yuma the Bright, Firdausi S. Jamshid, familiar to readers of Fitzgerald S. Omar is no longer the first man, the Bundahesh sets him in the 5th generation, and it is probably dependent on lost Avestan texts, for our Avesta has very clearly abandoned what seems to have been the Aryan view of him. But now we must note that as early as the G and Th and S we read of Yuma's sin. In Ys 32:8, according to Bartholomew's version, which solves best the difficulties of the passage, Zarathustra says, these sinners for Yma 43 belonged, as fame tells, Yuma also, son of Vivavant, who desiring to satisfy mortals gave our people porcautions of to s flesh eat. In the context the Devas are said to have deprived men of immortality by deception. It is very clear that the prophet is referring to an already existing myth. Its points of contact with the fall story in Genesis are temptingly suggestive. Yuma reigns over a community which may well have been composed of his own descendants, for he lived yet longer than Adam. To render them immortal, he gives them to eat forbidden food, being deceived by the Devas. What was this forbidden food? May we connect it with another legend whereby at the regeneration Mithra is to make men immortal by giving them to eat the fat of the Urka, the primeval cow from whose slain body, according to the Aryan legends adopted by Mithraism, mankind was first created? It is perhaps possible, see pages 47, 55, that Zarathustra made Mithra a chief among the Devas. If so, he used the old saga to show that the first man sinned by presumptuously grasping at immortality for himself and mankind, on the suggestion of an evil power, instead of waiting for Ahura's good time. Yuma's punishment, according to a legend which is difficult to dovetail with the story in the second Fargard of the Vendidad, pages 154 if, was Yuma the loss of the kingly glory v. ex arena. As paradise we refer to when we come to the 44 early history of the religion ch Vendidad, i.e. has the story, with its many inconsistent elements, owed anything to Babylon. Our reconstruction is beset with too many uncertainties of translation and interpretation and comparative mythology, to allow us the luxury of being dogmatic, but the possibility must be noted. One more incongruity in the Yuma saga may be referred to as significant in a different way, the epithet, good, shepherd that clings to him still in the Yashts. The Iranian Adam is not like Tennyson's grand old gardener, he takes after Abel, the keeper of sheep. Layman couples this with the extraordinary sanctity of the cow, which of course survived in India, and the equally striking Iranian veneration of the dog. They are survivals from the nomad life on the plains, adapted to their strangely different environment with as great or as little success as the relics of naive animism that come down from a higher antiquity still. We need not further elaborate our delineation of the milieu in which the prophet began his work. It is obvious that we have done very little to describe the Iranians after their Indian kin left them, during a period which when Zarathustra came may have lasted 1,000 years or more. If we have made our principles clear, it will be seen that we have a method for our exploration of the earlier period which fails us for the later. The reader may perhaps for Iranian development 45 be incredulous when we assert the probability that the Iranian period differed very little from the Aryan. But slowness of change in a people remaining in the same country, and unfertilized by foreign influences, we notoriously exhibits astonishing results. Have in our own time watched the swift awakening of Japan under the touch of the West, and we are seeing China similarly shaking off a changelessness which has lasted as long as the annals of civilization. Another illustration we have used already in this chapter, the extraordinary faithfulness with which in Lithuania the language, culture, and religion of the primitive Indo-European period were preserved up to the 15th or 16th century of the Christian era. On these analogies we should expect to find that what changes Iranian culture underwent during the period of its separate existence were almost entirely limited to those caused by foreign influence, which for this purpose means Babylonian. We have already indicated 2 or 3 points in which Babel may have touched the Bible of Zoroastrianism. 2 more suggestions of this kind may be added from Hermann Oldenburg, as endorsed by Schrader. He thinks the great light gods were borrowed from Sumerians or Semites, or at least got their astronomical character there. Mithra is the only one with whom we are concerned, see above, p. 37. The remark has mainly to do with the 746 early history of the religion of Adityas of the Veda, whom Oldenburg, Religion des Veda, p. 193, makes ultimately to come from the sun, moon, and 5 planets. This presumes Babylonian influence in the Aryan period, but it must be contended that the link between the Adityas and their supposed Iranian congeners is very feeble. Lehmann denies it altogether, and he seems to be right. Another Aryan conception is claimed by Oldenburg as of foreign origin, that of Saket Rtaavasa, the universe as an ordered whole. Apart from the fact that the equation is not quite exact, the recognition of this astronomico-philosophical idea in the Aryan period can hardly be claimed as a certainty. Babylonian connection which, unlike these of Oldenburg, will belong to the Iranian period, is suggested by the statement of Herodotus, I 131, that the Persians had learned from Assyrians and Arabs to sacrifice to Opavirge. This will refer to the cult of Anhita, whose points of contact with the great Semitic goddess Ishtar and her kin will appear when we describe her Yasht, see also above, pages 37f. We have dwelt at length upon the religion of the pre-Reformation epoch because of its bearing upon the work of the Reformer himself. But we need to understand it also because of what we may call the Counter-Reformation, which produces much the largest part of the Avestan poetry, the Yashts and analogous for Babel and Iran 47 matter in Yasna and Vendidad. Of this we shall not speak more fully here. Our general picture will suffice to show the relatively high religious position of the people to whom Zarathustra preached, and the plastic character of the material he molded into a shape so novel in accordance with his own profound and original mind. Note. It is right to notice that the suggestion made here, pages 37, 43, and 55f below, as to Mithra's real origin and standing in Zarathustra's system is an individual's hypothesis only, presented with all diffidence as a possibility. It has not convinced Professor Williams-Jackson. Bartholomew agrees with Oldenburg and Hilbrand in regarding Mithra as in Aryan times a sun god. Moreover, Brugmann propounds a connection between his name, meaning and as friend, the Latin Midas, Greek/ipt exitor. We against this weight of authority we cannot plead here. May just quote Bartholomew's view that in the strict Zarathustrian doctrine Mithra was not recognized as a divinity, as little as Hauma, but as his worship was too firmly rooted among the people, the priests were obliged afterwards to allow it. This is not far from our theory that for Zarathustra he was a diva. For our view that Mithra was not the sun we can quote the high authority of Cumont, cp 136, and pages 224 and 4, 225 and 1, in Cumont's text ct Monuments. Chapter v Zarathustra that the prophet's personality belongs to history we have already asserted, p. 15, only the greatness of James Darmstadter's authority makes it necessary even to mention the doubt. When he lived and where he lived are very much harder questions, which we have no room to discuss here. The traditional dates of Zarathustra's birth and death are 660 BC and 583 BC respectively. Since the appearance of Professor Williams-Jackson's classical paper on the date of Zoroaster 1/ this period has been largely accepted as approximately right, if anything can be settled by weight of authority, it will be hard to dispute a doctrine which has been accepted by F. Justi, L. C. Casartelli and E. W. West, even though Bartholomew holds out strongly for a much higher antiquity. The older doctrine, which put one published in the Journal of the American Oriental Society for 1896, and reprinted with additions in Zoroaster, pages 150-81. The equally important companion paper, Zoroaster, S native place and the scene of his ministry, follows it in the same work. CHV his date 49 Zarathustra into the 2nd millennium BC, has been held by distinguished scholars, including formerly Professor Williams Jackson himself, and the linguistic argument for bringing the Gathas nearer in date to the Veda is certainly powerful. Professor Geldner, in British NXXI 246 but contrast XXVIII 1041, regards we the 14th century BC as most probable. Cannot be dogmatic. The primitive character of Gathic language might be explicable by the fact that there was no migration into new territory. Another application of the principle discussed above, pages 31f, 41, 45. Bishop Casartelli calls attention to the striking approximation of the traditional date to the times of Buddha, Confucius, and Socrates. The 6th and 5th centuries BC were a period of immense importance in the religious history of the world. Passing on thus ambiguously from the question when, we ask the rather less important question where? This again has been exhaustively discussed by Professor Jackson, OP Tit P 48 and above. It seems possible to fix with fair certainty the region of his birth and early life as lying in Adarbijo. His mother Dugdhova's family seems to have been connected with Raga, a district which gave its name to the well-known town of Ragi, named in the Book of Tobit and identified with Hal in Media, near Tehran. Personal names in his circle, by the way, are freely found. His father Purushaspa is named Mo450 Zarathustra several times in the Avesta, and this clan name Spitama or Spitama occurs very frequently. His daughter Purakista's marriage to Jamaspa is the subject of one of the Gathas. These names are meant only to illustrate the precision of the Avestan notices, for all their scantiness serving well to bring the man's real personality before us. The names are not of the stuff of which myths are made. Spitama means the same as the English white, Zarathustra one itself, like Frashayastra, p. 89, contains the word ustra, camel, just as Jamaspa, Vishtspa and other prominent names contain aspa, horse. The first element in the prophet's name is uncertain, perhaps the old cf yep and v, is as likely as any. Ingenious persons who turn all the prophets of mankind into solar or other myths have in Zarathustra's name a problem worthy of their skill. The place where Zarathustra first preached is much disputed, as the tradition is evenly balanced. Professor Williams Jackson is inclined to combine the two accounts by supposing that he traveled to eastern Iran, Bactria, and after much discouragement, reflected in the G and that's, there made his royal convert Vishtspa, returning later on the full tide of success to press his propaganda in his native land. Rather Vishtaspa reigned in eastern one. The classicals Tjs, Zoroaster, appear to owe their form to the mediation of Old Persian, as is the case with Ftofjldrjs, Apis, and other special names of Zoroastrianism. His home 51 or western Iran may be left uncertain. That he was the Constantine of the New Fightly is one of the very few historical facts emerging from the Gathas. The reappearance of the name Vishtaspa perhaps half a century later, on Jackson's theory of the prophet's date with the father of King Darius I is suggestive. It may possibly link Darius's branch of the Achaemenid family with the royal house in which the prophet first won recognition. There are other reasons for supposing Darius to have been the first successor of Cyrus to hold a definitely Zarathustrian faith. But this is a thorny question, which hardly concerns us here. Legend has added immensely to the scanty record of the prophet's life. It is hardly necessary to refer to the stories of the later literature, whose only value lies in their throwing out in strong relief the simple verisimilitude of the picture in the Gathas. Two only we will refer to, for special reasons. 1. Which was known to the Romans at least as early as Pliny, Nat History 715, was that Zoroaster was the only human being to laugh on the very day of his birth. It is tempting to recognize an earlier allusion to this well-known story, in one of the most famous passages in Roman literature. At the end of the 4th eclogue, Virgil thus apostrophizes his wondrous babe, insipe, pura pure, resocognoscere mater. 4252 Zarathustra ch assuming that this means to greet thy mother with a smile and the alternative her smile forces by the Latin intolerably we have at once a difficulty which seems to have escaped the commentators. The whole point of the passage is that the child is newborn indeed, if Professor Conway is one right, not even that. And when did a newborn child laugh or even smile at anybody? Is not the poet here, as in so much of this mysterious poem, using Eastern imagery? Risus idem di quo genitus esset unum hominum accepimus Zoroasterum, says Pliny, a century after the eclogue was written. Virgil's child should share that unique distinction. Indeed, the remaining lines of the poem will gain point if we assume that Virgil, so diligent a reader of Greek literature, knew what Greek writers had told of Zoroaster generations before, his receiving laws in direct converse with the deity. Virgil's conclusion, insipe, pura pure, qui non risere parent. Or parentis, ne dies hunc mensa, dea ne dignata cubili est, is in its first element well satisfied by this allusion, assuming the classical embellishment that the divinity not only instructed but feasted the sage. To bring 1 Virgi vs Messianic Eclogue, London, 1907, pages 13 ff. Note Mr. Ward Fowler's interesting citation from Suetonius in the same book, p. 71, showing that Virgil himself was believed at birth to have abstained from crying. V. The prophet in Virgil? 53. In the second point involves the assumption that the West had received another very prominent element in the Zoroaster legend. That we have no evidence of this may be frankly confessed, but its absence is entirely natural. In the Yashts we read of Zarathustra's wife Hvovi, a member of a noble family at Vishtaspa's court. 2 brothers of this family are named with their patronymic in the Gathas as conspicuous among Zarathustra's disciples and helpers. He became the son-in-law of the one, Frashayashtrahvagva, and the father-in-law of the other, Jamspahvagva, whom he calls Sausyant, one who will men deliver a title especially belonging to himself. On this wholly natural basis later legend built a marvelous superstructure. Unfortunately we cannot fix the period, or tell whether there was authority for it in ancient Avestan 1 texts. According to this story, Zarathustra has no children by Hvovi in the natural order, but they are to become the 2 parents of 3 sons who shall be born as the regeneration draws near. The last of them, Saoshyant, is to bring 1. The Bundahayish undoubtedly depends largely on Avestan texts no longer preserved, but if they were prose in this case, like the parts of YT 13 which are taken to allude to this story, we could not claim sufficient antiquity for them except in a tentative way. The manner of this supernatural generation may be seen in Darmstedter's quotations on YT 1362, SBEXXM 195. Any intelligent reader may judge of its resemblance to Matthew I, with which it has been solemnly compared. 54 Zarathustra ch about the final deliverance of creation from all evil. It is obvious that Hvovi might just as well be a goddess bride outright, and Virgil may very easily have heard the story in this form, which assimilates it to myths of Greece long familiar to him. If this conjecture is reasonable, and of course it is conjecture and no more, the promised birth of the Zoroastrian Messiah, who is to bring in the Age of Gold, becomes a most important element in the Oriental lore that gave the great poet his motive. We pass on from this only too seductive pursuit of dim possibilities to describe the prophet's doctrine, which we have to draw out of poems obscure enough in their diction, but eminently well preserved, and proceeding, we can hardly doubt, mainly from Zarathustra himself, or at least his immediate followers, there seems to be no consideration of weight against the former alternative, which we shall assume henceforth in general. The individuality of Zarathustra's mind comes out with vivid emphasis as we examine the environment in which he was brought up, and again as we trace in the later Avesta the development of Parsism after his day. There does not seem to be any kindred spirit in ancient Iran. Zarathustra's brethren would be found rather in India. He is intensely abstract in his thinking. Anthropomorphism and nature worship, such as the earlier and later Aryans of both the old gods 55 brandies practiced, he tried to expel from religion altogether. He was not content with merely ignoring the old gods, so that Mithra and Anfahita, the Fravashis, Bharethrakna and Hauma are never named in the one, Iatlaphis. Most of these, with the, nameless sky and the heavenly and amp, lt, x and amp, lt, xls of the light bodies, were included among the Aryan devas, and it solves most simply the old problem of the fact that Avestan deva means demon, if we assume that Zarathustra himself denounced the old heavenly ones as evil powers, even as Hebrew prophets denounced Baal and Ashtoreth. When the cult of Mithra and his troop came back again, not very long after the prophet passed away, there was no Gatha text to remind Zarathustra's nominal followers that Mithra was repudiated by the founder. This may be mere ignorance, lapse of time, or geographical separation from the first home of the faith, one of which causes at least must be postulated to account for the linguistic differences between the Gathas and the later Avesta would explain such a fundamental misunderstanding of the doctrine. But the absence of a Gatha to show explicitly who the devas were looks more like design than accident. The Gathas were only preserved by priestly recitation in worship, and priests who wanted to go on worshipping Mithra 1 on Mithra CP 47. Hauma is probably alluded to, though not named, CP 110. 56 Zarathustra ch were quite clever enough to forget a Gatha which denounced them expressly as Mazdayasna for doing so. The coast was thus clear for reintroducing the Iranian nature gods, whom the people, Test Herodoto, had never ceased to worship, regularizing them by making them saints or angels. The process is familiar enough in the history of Christianity. Then $va could continue to mean demon, but denote only Engramenu and his infernal crew, whom Zarathustra himself had included under this title, the better to discredit the old gods. Having thus discarded conceptions of deity which failed to satisfy his spiritual sense, Zarathustra proclaimed his own conceptions in their stead. One inherited name for God was good enough for him. Ahura means in the Gathas already Lord, its eti Mological meaning spiritual having apparently died out before the division of the Aryans. Who what was or the Lord His relation to nature is wholly in accord with the Bible itself. Who covereth himself with light as with a garment is almost a quotation from the Gathas. But his own he nature is something higher yet. The wise is Mazda, which seems specially to denote the knowledge of good and evil, the unerring instinct that can distinguish between truth and falsehood, which for the prophet were the most vital aspects of good and evil. Not only is this conception via Ahura Mazda 57 free from material and external conceptions of God, it is conspicuous for its ethical character. It is not a speculative philosophy but a thoroughly practical doctrine. Abstract and profound though Zarathustra's thought was, he was characteristically Iranian in his outlook, free from mysticism and asceticism and dreaminess. Was wisdom very much like the Old Testament conception, the gift for which Solomon prayed. The attainment of wisdom lay through the characteristic stages of good thoughts, good words, good deeds, and for Zarathustra's disciple good deeds were not futile sacrifices or vain austerities, but diligent tilling of the soil, hatred of deceit and lying, and kindness to the creatures of Ahura. It is necessary to outline thus Zarathustra's ethics in order to understand his conception of God, which was more closely bound up with conduct than in any non-Christian religion. In the absence of a recent discovery, for which CP 73, we should be inclined to regard this wise as Zarathustra's own special revelation. The elements of the combination Ahura Mazda in the Gathas are declined as separate words, arranged indifferently, and either word may be used alone. Wise the Lord will probably represent it to us better than Ahura Mazda. It soon became fixed as a proper name. By the time of the great Darius, the first 58 Zarathustrian king of Persia, it would seem, the name has become a single word, Ahura Mazda, with flexion only at the end. We can only conjecture the motive of Zarathustra's next step in the formulation of his doctrine of God. The G and that's are crowded with allusions to 6 highly abstract conceptions, which are known collectively by the name Mesa immortal, holy ones, Persian Amshaspans. They, or some of them, expressly share the divine title of Ahura, and it is by no means clear whether we should call them archangels or actual parts of the divine essence. It has been supposed that Zarathustra was making concession to human weakness, trying to supplant polytheism by giving men a plurality of objects for worship, which were only complementary attributes of deity. As we shall see, this was the result, but we need not suppose that it was the design. Angel is too humble a title for beings who actually we share adoration with deity. Should be polytheists, not Christians, if we pray to God and Michael and Gabriel. The analogy of the Trinity comes much closer. The Amishas are within the deity, essential parts of the divine hypostasis. If the apocalyptist was really borrowing imagery from Zarathustra when he wrote 7 of the spirits of God Revelation 3:1, he certainly fathomed the Iranian prophet's thought extraordinarily well. For Mazdavi the Amishas spent a 59 is sometimes one of the Amishas, while at other times his superiority to them is indicated by their being set apart, often with Sriyasha, p. 99, to make we up the number 7. Might even see this alternative in the 7 spirits which are before the throne Revelation I4. But thorny questions of apocalyptic exegesis are outside our present province, and we must go on to examine Zarathustra's doctrine. Before taking up the Amishas one by one, we must observe that they are not wholly new concept ions. Each of them has a special province in the material world, which in one case at any rate descends with the Amishas name itself from the Aryan period. We may suppose the reformer to have selected from old inherited beliefs some which were capable of adaptation to his system. While this implies some amount of personification, traceable rarely in this form within the Gthas themselves, we find the divine names used perpetually as abstract nouns, without any personification at all. One of the greatest difficulties in the Gthas is that of deciding when to put the initial capital in our rendering of these words. The Germans have a great advantage in having the choice made for them. Thus in very many places the word assi, if taken as an instrumental case, may be either u with tightness, rightly, and duly, or with the help of rightness asha, in a fair proportion of them we could equally well 60 Zarathustra and construe it vocative, asha. Example of this we may be seen in a stanza quoted below, p. 87. Might add that the personification is never very real. Bishop Casartelli is quite justified in his insistence upon the necessity of translating them. Asha and Vohumana are the best renderings in the later Avesta, but they should always be rightness and good thought or the like in the Gathas. Dr. Casartelli goes on to compare Bunyan's personified virtues and vices. The comparison however must be used cautiously, for Bunyan has no abstractions, even when his personification lasts only for a line or two, and the Gathas have nothing else. Mercy in the Pilgrim's Progress is much more of a human being than most heroines in fiction, while Aramati has not flesh and blood enough to make a goddess. Proceeding to deal with the immortals individuali, we begin with Vohumana and Asha, who have at all periods the closest association with Ahura. In the Gathas Asha is nearer to him, but in the later Avesta he yields pride of place to Vohumana. Asha has often the epithet Vahista, best, which in later times was stereotyped as part of his name. It is used interchangeably with its positive Vohil in the Gthats as the epithet of Mana, thought, where sometimes thy thought addressing Mazda, serves instead as the Amisha name. The conception of Vvohu Mana and Asha 61 Asha is at least Iranian, if not older, for the name is identical with the Persian Arda, which figures so constantly in proper names. Its relation to the Sanskrit Rit is not perfectly regular, but it is generally accepted as proving Aryan antiquity. Plutarch renders it ij0eia, and the Persian connotation of truth was so wide that it represents Asha well enough. The divine right, rightness, order, are equivalents as near as we can supply. Layman interprets Asha's connection with fire by assuming that he followed an old Sondergott of the ordeal fire. Like Asa, Vohumana is a neuter, but comes nearer to personality by its meaning good thought, which is thought in accord with the wise Lord. As we have seen, this implies practical right-mindedness, which makes the Amisha's special connection with cattle readily understood. The care of cattle is a distinguishing mark of Zarathustra's good man. The common comparison with the Greek logos is therefore at best only partial. Plutarch, who ran etwa, dared goodwill, did not think of it. Next comes sovereignty or dominion, Issachra, in the later Vesta linked with the adjective veria, may which desired, imply according to divine will. Plutarch renders evopla. The association of this Amisha with metals, already hinted at in the Gathas, is connected by Professor Jackson with the the flood of molten iron which is at last to 62 Zarathustra purify the world. It will, we are told, burn up all evil, while the righteous will feel it like a bath of warm milk. A writer in the Athenaeum recently suggested that Orpheism had been affected by this conception. The Orphic initiate felt like a kid bathed in milk. The conception is essentially eschatological, even as some are saying the gospel kingdom of God was in the thought of Jesus. Anyhow, whether the good time coming is on this side or that side of the grave, the good Zarathustrian could pray with us Jamiat Isakramoam, and mean what we do in the Lord's Prayer. The fourth Amisha, whom we have already met with, p. 36, as an Aryan divinity, is of feminine gender like the remaining pair. The epithet Spenta, which belongs to all the six, is specially appropriated to her, so that her name in later language is Shpondaramat. It may be remarked that the Iranian idea of holiness is quite in keeping with the practical character of the religion. It is no cloistered virtue, divorced from conduct, but connotes beneficence. The divine attributes which meet in the circle of the seven are all alike holy in that they promote the coming of the new order, to which Ahura's whole creation moves. Aramati, Ao and Amp, Lt. J. Ia in Plutarch, represents the manward side of what Kshathra describes on the divine side, God's kingdom, and man's attitude of loyal devotion to it. Such a spirit may well be Aramati 63 have the attribute Spenta in a peculiar sense. This understanding of Iranianity as piety or devotion goes back to Aryan times, and attaches itself to an etymology which, whether right or wrong, was well set in the popular consciousness. It produced an antithesis taromati, perverseness. Of course this product no more proves that Aramati originally meant devotion than Epimetheus proves that meant Matthias forethought to take the first parallel that strikes us. Now, according to Sayana, the greatest of ancient Indian commentators on the Rigveda, there is a Vedic passage where Aramati means the earth. This must be entirely independent of the Avesta, where from the first there are strong traces of the same association. May we conjecture that two originally distinct words were fused by popular etymology in the Aryan period? Aramatar is a possible Aryan name for Mother Earth, compare the Old Greek epa, e/oph, earthwards, and the Germanic word from which our earth and German erdi are descended. We might easily explain the added consonant by postulating conflation in Germanic between this name and that of the independent earth deity Nerthus, of whom Tacitus tells us. This seems a simpler link than those usually fashioned to connect the two ideas. Last, we have a pair never found apart, orbitat and amarita, health, wholeness, and immortality 64 Zarathustra ch. Their respective provinces may be seen in Ys. 517, where water and plants, health, and immortality are named together in a list of blessings. Professor Jackson notes the primeval idea of the tree of life and the fountain of youth. There is very little specific lore about them. It is curious that Plutarch goes wholly astray with so simple an idea as that of Amarita. We cannot attempt to be exhaustive, and need say no more about Zarathustra's deity. The pure and lofty character of his concept will be obvious. It would be hard indeed to find any non-Christian idea of God so wholly free from unworthy elements. But the absence of the attributes of grace and love is by itself sufficient reason for the failure of Parsism to establish itself as a world religion. The other side of Zarathustra's contribution towards the solving of the Weltratzel is found in his doctrine of evil, which is fully as profound and as abstract as the side we have been studying. It is commonly denominated dualistic, a name it by no means deserves, unless Christianity is to bear the same reproach. Good and evil are not co-ordinate and co-eternal powers for him any more than for us. The superiority of good is manifest throughout, and the triumph of good at the last is as complete as it is in the Bible eschatology. It was difficult to be original in framing a doctrine of evil spirits. There v Demonology 65 are few parts of the world where men would not have regarded scornfully the hypothetical tone of Luther's great defiance and were this world all devils oer, and watching to devour us. Iranian religion was less devil-ridden than most, but it was well enough supplied to give the great thinker all necessary hints. But Zarathustra developed them in his own way. He taught how the two primeval spirits in the beginning chose good and evil respectively, and thereupon commenced an antagonism that will not cease till the spirit of evil and they that are of his portion are finally destroyed. Into this great strife men are to enter with heart and soul, and by lives of purity, devotion, righteousness, and strenuous industry to assault perpetually the kingdom of evil. Zarathustra continued to employ a name which had come down from Aryan antiquity, druj, lie. That this was its earliest connotation is suggested not only by the Old Persian noun draga, from the same root and with the same meaning, but also by the German betrug. On the other hand, Saket dina means generally to injure, while Schrader notes from the other end of the Indo-European area the Old Norse dragra and Old English drafag, mean in ghost. Whether Schrader is right or wrong in making malignant ghosts the root of the idea, the MO 566 Zarathustra ch Iranian meaning is not doubtful. It is a tribute to national character that all evil should be summed up the in she-devil deceit. Zarathustra did not bring a new teaching to the Persians in his emphasis on truth. The Reformation had in Herodotus' day but little permeated the classes whose education was summed up in the three famous divisions: writing, shooting, speaking the truth. The prophet's special name for the spirit of evil was Ngramenu, an hostile spirit idea exactly reproduced in the Satan of post-exilic Judaism, which very probably owes something to Parsism 1. In the locus clas psychus, ys. 30, a Gatem which has been described as a Lehrgedicht, a kind of catechism in verse. Zarathustra bade the calls better and the spirits twins, which implies not merely their coexistence, but the fact that they are thought of only in their mutual relation. The thought of the one implies that of the other. There has been much discussion on the question whether Engramenyu is the direct antagonist of Mazda or of his Holy Spirit, Spenta Mainyu, who appears often in the G and That's. It will be sufficient here to repeat Geiger's judgment, cited with approval by Professor Jackson, Grundriss, 2648 so far as Ahura Mazda is the positive, to which evil makes the negative, he is called Spenta Mainyu, evil or one. See the writer's article Zoroastrianism in Dictionary, 4. Hastings Bible v and Spirits holy hostile 67 Its personification is Engramenyu or aka Mainyu. Spenta Mainyu and aka Mainyu are thus called twins, ys 303, inasmuch as they do not exist independently, but each in relation to the other. They meet in the higher unity Ahura Mazda. They exist before the beginning of the world, but their opposition only comes to its expression in the world that we see. Ahura Mazda is creator of everything, but when he creates anything as Spenta Mainyu, there comes with it of itself the negative counterpart, or as the poet puts it in popular form, Engramenyu, the bad spirit, creates evil in opposition to the good. 30, ys 4ff. If Zarathustra conceived of the two spirits as alike proceeding from God, we may recognize in his statement about their choosing of good and evil a doctrine essentially identical with that of the fall of Satan, made so familiar to us by Milton 1. In the antagonism of an holy hostile spirits we recall what has just been said of the meaning of Spenta, which marks Mazda's spirit as the friend and helper of man and creation, while the other spirit is their enemy. Zarathustra's name for the fiend ultimately predominated, the Druj being specialized in the later Avesta. But she left in 1c on the whole subject Casartelli's Mazdayasna religion under the Sassanids, Bombay, 1899, pages 1-71. Professor Jackson denies that Ahriman is a fallen angel, Grundriss, N 649, and he now regards the two principles as distinct and separate. 5268 Zarathustra ch interesting trace behind the Persian Ahriman and the Greek Epidina. Presume in Old Persian, from which, and not from Avestan, we have seen the Greeks received the Zoroastrian names, a form *Armenius, instead of *Armenius, the equivalent of the Avestan. This involves, it would seem, that the name was treated as feminine, the influence of the Druj thus persisting when the name has been once supplanted. With Engramenyu as their chief, Zarathustra associated the Devas. Their original character has been discussed already. Assuming our results, we may suppose that he put them with Engramenyu as spirits of deception, drawing men away from the true God and eternal life. Hardly any Devas are individually named in the Gathas, beyond those already described, but there is one of them who must be introduced here, Isma, Wrath, Cfola, Latira. In later times he specially represented drunken rage, and the name Deva was appended so as to make a single word in the Persian language, hence the fiend Ayosato. In Tobit. In the Median folk story which may be presumed to be the basis of that book 2:1 that Ahriman and the Greek name presume a feminine form in Old Persian was urged by the present writer in a paper published in 1892. Bartholomew's assumption that a biform Arya is implied seems much less probable. To see the writer's paper in Expository Times, March 1900, or more briefly in Hastings Diet. Bib 4. 989 v. Asmodeus 69 Asmodeus played a rather different part, probably because that story comes from a distinct stratum of Iranian life, CP 77. Human members of the Satan's host include of course the Ditawi Obm, unbelievers who worship the Devas, otherwise viewed as Dregvato, men having the druj, as opposed to men Ashahu, Asavano, having they are those, make love and ally. Various tribes and individuals are named in the Gathas as thus hostile to the religion. We should name especially the Cabeo, the chiefs who maintain the unreformed religion, the Usajo and Carapano, its priests and teachers. Creatures of Angra in a lower scale are %ra/sra, wild beasts, a term which even in the Gathas is extended to include all that robs and ravens, devas, and men alike. The list of demons grows in later times. It remains to describe Zarathustra's eschatology, the part of his system which on the whole suffered least from the counter-reformation of later days. The individualist side of the picture will be presented subsequently, pages 159f, as developed by poets and thinkers of the generations following the prophet. It is perhaps risky to trust general impressions where the material is so scanty and so obscure as it is in the Gathas, but we cannot mistake Zarathustra's preeminent concern with the bearing of eschatology on conduct, and with the victory of all that is good in the world when the long struggle with evil comes. 70 Zarathustra. He to its climax looks forward to a great crisis, a day of reckoning when men's lives shall be finally weighed, and the followers of Asha shall have their reward. The followers of the Druj shall go forever to the house of the Druj, whoso cometh to the righteous one, far from him shall be the future long aeon of misery, of darkness, ill food, and crying of woe. To such an existence, ye followers of the Druj, shall your own self bring you by your actions. Ys 31:20, after Bartholomew. What is involved in the Dergameu is a question essentially like that over which Christian expositors have differed so much in the rendering of the Greek we which Ian have used to translate it. The word in both languages, as in Latin evum, may be applied to the term of a human life, which was probably its earliest meaning. But there can be little doubt that the connotation of the word in Avestan as in Hellenistic was in such contexts that of time without visible horizon. The universalist conception, by which the Aya Isista, see pages 61f, will burn up the evil and so purify evil beings, may well have been outside Zarathustra's thought. But there remain at any rate two unreconciled anticipations of annihilation and of penal suffering, as the future of the wicked after death, which coexist in the Gathas, much as they do in the New Testament, and later Parsi theology was left to harmonize them if it could. After all, they were alike but figures, by which in v eschatology's 71 different moods the prophet expressed his conviction of a theodicy that one day it would be well with the righteous and ill with the wicked, a final and complete reversal of the unequal justice that this life so often metes out to them, and if in a matter lying beyond direct vision he only saw in a mirror riddle wise, we need not be too careful to remove his inconsistency, remembering the reverent agnosticism which must very largely condition our own thought on the problem of retribution. Very prominent in Zarathustra's doctrine of the last things is Sinvato Pareti, the bridge of the separator. Over it he promises to conduct the pious into the house of song, Garo demand, where God dwells forever with his own. It is likely enough that this was an old myth, originating perhaps with the rainbow, which lent itself to the prophet's ethical purpose. In later conceptions, whether starting from the earlier age or not, we have no means of divining. The bridge was broad for the righteous, narrow as a razor for the wicked, who fell off it into hell. Islam borrowed this idea in the well-known Ma'arj of al-Sirat. The judge or separator have been Rashnu, the Yazida with the scales, who weighs the good and evil in each life and gives his verdict on the balance. But it is probably significant that Zarathustra does not name him. He does not seem anxious to add to the number of spiritual beings 72 Zarathustra whose names may stand among the angels of Ahura. That a man's self is his own determinant of destiny is the one doctrine that matters. One more technical term of the eschatology calls for comment, the Phrosokareti, or advancement of the world of life. The abstract noun does not appear till the Yashts, but the verbal phrase is prominent in the Gat MSc, for example YS 309, below, p. 95. The machinery whereby the regeneration is to be achieved has been already described, and it will be apparent that any who expect prosaic consistency or a sharply defined mental picture of the future will be disappointed. It is without form and void, as apocalyptic is wont to be when studied by unsympathetic minds. But the ideas of prophets are at least as worthy of study as crabs or even stars, and old-world eschatological dreams are at the present moment exacting very special attention from various students of human thought. We do well to make some effort to realize the figures that loomed for Zarathustra out of the mists of the dim future. They were destined, it would seem, to exercise extraordinary influence upon the world of the next millennium, and through that world upon our own. Are we justified in claiming Zarathustra's right to be acknowledged as the founder of apocalyptic? It is too large a question to answer here in any adequate way, but we may briefly recognize the strong probability that the apocalyptic 73 contacts with a Zoroastrianist Persia did much to stimulate in Israel the growth of a form of literature which from the Maccabean era downwards dominated i.e. wish thought and created the milieu of the gospel proclamation. This fact alone, even if the proof of contact between Parsism and Judaism were held to be insufficient, gives a profound modern interest to the visions of the sage of Iran. Others before him dreamed of a paradise, a very earthly paradise indeed. He was the earliest thinker to make it ethical. He saw no houris and no winecups in his abode of bliss. He looked for a new heaven and a new earth, where we indwelleth righteousness. Have quoted the very latest written words of the Christian scriptures to be a summary of his ideal, and thereby we have only paid just tribute to the moral grandeur of this dim figure from the distant past, a man who believed in God and believed therefore in the triumph of good, and taught men by this great hope to guide the life of every day. Note: Hamanel's discovery of the name Ahura Mazda in an Assyrian record of the middle of the 2nd millennium BC takes the divine name back to the Aryan period, or to Iranian antiquity prior to the change of S to H, cfp 9. The Bahá'í might be Indo-Aryan, but Mazdas cannot // and amp, lt // v / and amp, lt, I.I/ and amp, lt, and amp, gt. It seems probable therefore that Mazda was a cult epithet of a great Alira, some would say the Vedic Varuna, long before Zarathustra. This must apparently dispose of the otherwise more pro-table view referred to on p. 57. Chapter 6. After Zarathustra, as the history of religion everywhere leads us to expect, the Reformer's victory over lower forms of a faith was only partial. Counter-Reformation set in before the Gathic dialect ceased to be spoken. The prose Gatha of 7 chapters Haptain Haiti ys 35-42, shows us the old nature deities back again, and it is not likely that their adorers laid much stress on the fine distinction between polytheism and angelolatry. The Gathas continued to be chanted in the divine service, but they must have been difficult even when their dialect was still familiar. When the interpretation of them fell more and more into the hands of the priests, and the Gothic was to the masses of the people exactly what Latin is in Romance countries today, there was nothing left to check polytheism, till the systematization of orthodox Parsism under the Sasanian kings. Had ch. 6 the Magi 75 the Gathas not been preserved, we should have recognized very little in the Yashts to set in a different class from what we find in the Rigveda. As we must examine the Yashts in some detail later on, we need say no more now on this side of the degeneration which marks the centuries between Zarathustra and the Sasanians. Nor must we spare much space for the other side, which scarcely concerns us in our study of the verse parts of the Avesta. We will attempt for completeness sake a brief summary of results without either argument or evidence, which would have to be rather technical. The Magi are stated by Herodotus, I 101, to have been one of the 6 tribes of the Medes. As one of the other tribes is called by him Aryan, may assume that the Magi were indigenous in a country where the Aryans were immigrant conquerors. They may well have been a sacred caste, analogous to the Brahmins in India. Darius in his great inscription at Behistun tells how Gamada the Magus, when Cambyses, was in Egypt, personate the king's murdered brother Bardi Smerdis, and raised a revolt. Herodotus tells the story with embellishments, and he gives us the significant statement that the triumphant conspiracy of Persian nobles under Darius, which set him on the throne, was commemorated by the annual festival of the Magophonia, a sort of 5th of November. It 76 after Zarathustra looks like an attempt of the native population to shake off the Persian yoke, and one that came near success. The pretenders, the expiation of whose lie is recorded on the Behistun rock, may well have been insurgents in the same cause. If we read the history aright, the Magi waited their time and gradually won compensation in spiritual power. The people, nominally conformed to Zarathustra's religion, were ready enough to accept them as priests, and it would not be long before the upper classes followed suit. It is easy to see how a syncretism thus arose, with religion increasingly under the direction of priests who could use the opportunities well for bringing in their own doctrines and cults. They did not introduce their own unpopular name into the sacred texts that grew up under their inspiration. It was left to foreigners like the Greeks to suit names to facts, and give the Magi the credit they deserved for the upgrowth of a virtually new religious system. In two very important matters even the Greeks retained the consciousness that the Magi had to be distinguished from the Persians. One of them ultimately established itself in Parsism, and is a conspicuous feature of the customs of Parsis today. The Dokimus, or towers of silence, on which the bodies of the dead are exposed till the vultures have stripped the skeleton bare, have their place in the one, except in one passage an exception proving the rule. 6 Magian customs 77 Vendeldild, but were certainly not known in Persia under the Achaemenid kings. It was an aboriginal custom, described by Diodorus as characteristic of a barbarous people called Oratai, dwelling in Baluchistan, see Schrader in Religion 2. 16 The other, which equally staggered the Greeks, was the practice of marriage between the closest kin according to the Magian theology, a religious duty of the most extravagant sanctity. It is, however, at least open to the gravest doubt whether this can be traced. In the Avesta, and of course, modern Parsis vehemently repudiate the idea that it ever formed a recognized element in their creed or practice. To these we may probably add, as characteristic of the Magi but not of Parsism, the named science of astrology, the practice of magic from them and divination by dreams. We might mention here that there seems reason to suppose the Book of Tobit to be a Jewish reconstruction of an old Median folklore story which in many features still preserves characteristics of Magian, not Zarathustrian, doctrine and custom, cfp 68. Into the Avesta the Magi brought, to speak generally, the elements which we find in the Vuddhidad. The Gathas are almost as innocent of ritual as the New Testament. Like prophets elsewhere, Zarathustra seems to have cared little for outward forms of worship. The Magi supplied the omission, 78 after Zarathustra and it suffices to record with sincere relief that their Book of Offices is in prose. They hardened the prophet's profound adumbrations of truth into a mechanical system of dogma, therein showing the usual skill of priests in preserving the letter and destroying the spirit. Zarathustra's doctrine of evil was developed into a systematic division of the world between Ahura Mazda and Engramenyu. Every angel and every creation of the former had its exact counterpart in the infernal order. The fact that the ingenious process was not always completed may be evidence of the limitation of Magian influence during the formative period of Parsism. The Amishaspentas are only perfunctorily provided with fiends to match. It is a suggestive fact that 22, the general lines of which have tried to present in modern form below, pages 159 ff, appears as a fragment. Something sealed the lips of the dogmatic interpolator as he tried to spoil the lovely picture of the good man's soul entering heaven with an exact counterpart describing the journey to hell. There is very much more which would have to be said if our principal purpose were the description of Persian religion as a whole. Limited as we are to the poetical portions of the Avesta, we must pass by the Sasanian reform, which unified and established Parsi faith, the devastation that followed the coming 6 later history 79 of Islam, the settlement in India and the modern history of the Parsi community. Similarly, we must be content with naming 2 byproducts of Persian thought which loom large in the early history of Christianity: the Parsi heresy of monotheism, and the most important and long victorious cult of Mithra, the latter seemingly a direct descendant of unreformed Iranian religion, scarcely touched by Zarathustra's ideas, but considerably mixed with indigenous elements from the countries where it took its rise. Chapter 7: The Gathas, literary features. For us as much as for the Parsis, the kernel of the Avesta is to be found in the Gathas, which we are briefly reviewing in general before we proceed to take them in detail. They were the only part believed to come immediately from Zarathustra, and as such they had a unique sanctity, which was doubtless enhanced very early by the rapid loss of the key to their meaning. Their dialect, as we have seen, was quite distinct from that of the later Avesta, arid even if they had been normalized, a very easy process which was actually applied several times when quotations were made. Their obscurity would not have been materially lightened. To this we return presently. The title Gaoa claims our attention first. The word is Aryan, for Sanskrit gives us Gupta, with Ho's th as in . The Avestan 6 is a spirant-like name. The originally th in thin . Presumes poetical form, but when the reverence of a later age canonized N7 meaning of Gatha 81 them, surrounded with the glamour of antique diction and archaic dialect, their name began to be applied to all ancient sacred writing that was clothed in the same language. Hence we have the name Gatem given to 7 short compositions in prose, the changed religious position of which we noted above, p. 74. A paragraph may be quoted here from Professor Geldner's brief account of the Avestan literature in Grundriss d'Iran. Philology, N. 29. The term Gatha is probably not to be understood according we must etymology simply to its as or song hymn. Remember that in India the term Gatha is often used in a technical sense. Among the Brahmins as among the Buddhists it denotes verses scattered about in narrative prose, which either form an integral part of the narrative or are attached to the prose and recapitulate its contents in concise phrase which it was easy to remember. By their form they were peculiarly adapted for oral transmission, and were perhaps originally designed for that end. Often they have become detached from the accompanying prose, and have been preserved alone without it. If we might postulate similar conditions for the Gathas of the Avesta, these would likewise presuppose a lost substratum of prose, for which the Gatha supplied introduction, resumes and a per $us. In favor of this stands their peculiar structure, their for the most part uniform arrangement, and the continuous line of thought within the closely connected unity of each separate stanza. Many stanzas, e.g. YS 303, point to a lost context by the presence of a demonstrative which finds no explanation in the text that precedes. Geldner concludes that we have preserved for us in the Gathas the quintessence of instruction or Mo 682. The Gathas, literary features ch preaching which the oldest tradition put in the prophet's mouth and left to be guarded in the circle of the faithful, his school and privileged followers. We compare with this the judgment of another great expert, that the Gathas are Verspredigten, versified sermons, Bartholomew. That the Gathas were essentially esoteric lore, betrayed as such by frequent whom reference to him that knows, the Gnostic for these deep things will be clear. We may accept from Geldner without necessarily agreeing with him that the polytheistic elements were allowed by the prophet to survive in the outer circle. There are however other reasons for the obscurity in question, of which we may name 2, one of them doubtless applying mainly to foreigners studying a dialect long extinct, while the other probably operated almost as powerfully with those who first heard the hymns sung. The first of these depends on the conditions of Gathic as a language peculiarly endowed with grammatical ambiguities. An excellent illustration is provided by Bishop Casartelli, when introducing to readers of the Dublin Review a verse translation of the plaint of the kine YS 29. Of Bartholomew's Die Gatha Este Avesta he says, it impresses one with the almost hopeless divergence of views of even the most qualified experts, when we find what strange discrepancies of translation each new attempt produces. Thus in 7 Obscurity of Language 83, the very first verse of this Gatha, a word which hitherto has been universally accepted as a substantive, and variously rendered as Darmstädter, drought, justi, evil, prey, desolation, mills, filth, kanga, is by Bartholomew construed as the perfect of a meaning verb to oppress, and in verse 7 a word hitherto taken as an adjective meaning sixfold, is by him treated as a sub-meaning milk-stantive, In both cases I have with considerable hesitation followed him. We shall meet with many other illustrations as we go through the Gathas. The ambiguities of Gathic arise from various causes, one of which may be mentioned as a sample. Through the Aryan fusion of a, e and o into the single vowel a, and the Gathic indiscriminate lengthening of all final vowels, see pages 12, 23 above, such a word as bara might answer Greek dolarepa to the or to cope, indi, subj. 1 and amp, lt, f and amp, gt, ep, the lost instrumental, dual, or again an amp, lt, f and amp, gt, 6 po, and amp, lt, f and amp, gt, 6 pa, to the feminine or a neuter and amp, lt, and amp, gt, opd, plural nominative. Needless to say, all these alterations do not coexist in all such words, or indeed in this one, but these are typical. Vedic Sanskrit might be quite as ambiguous, but it has the advantage of an immensely larger literature by which to check results, while it has also a much more reliable native tradition. Phonetic change has moreover been more active in Iranian than in Indian speech, in certain directions, one putting aside a disputed question whether it should not in this case be bdrd. 6284 The Gathas, literary features ch which tend specially to produce confusion of originally different words. The other source of obscurity to be mentioned here arises from the extraordinarily abstract character of Zarathustra's thought. The Amishas in particular are responsible for a great deal of ambiguity. Thus when we meet with the word asd, cf pages 59f above, we must start with a problem of parsing: is it vocative or instrumental, the latter perhaps used by a peculiar syntax as a nominative. And then we want to know whether it is the personification or the common noun, and which of finely shaded meanings applies best to the passage before us. The perpetual recurrence of these shadowy abstractions not only makes the language difficult, but robs it of literary distinction. Of course, if Geldner's suggestions given above be accepted, we can hardly expect this quality. Versified summaries of the most eloquent sermons, composed to help the faithful to retain their essence in the memory, have almost as little chance of rising into literature as the mnemonic stanzas by which at school we painfully acquired the mysteries of Latin genders. Almost for after all the prophet was in deadly earnest, and he preached on great themes, and spiritual fervor can make literature malgré even under such unfavorable surroundings. We close this section with 2 extracts that have a 7 difficulties of thought 85 beauty of their own, while not pretending that it would be easy to match them with more. Zarathustra's glory does not need any forced extension of his claims, and prophets are rarer than poets after all. Then we first cite Ys. 3187 and amp, gt, he that in the beginning thus thought, let the blessed realms be filled with lights, he it is that by his wisdom created right. Those realms which the best thought shall possess, thou dost glorify through thy Spirit, O Lord, who art evermore the same. I conceived of thee, O wise one, in my thought, that thou, the first, art also the last, that thou art Father of good thought, for so I apprehended thee with mine eye, that thou didst truly create right, and art the Lord to judge the deeds of life. Are the happy spaces those of the visible skies or the paradise where the good shall dwell at last? The former gives us a fine parallel to Kant's famous saying about the starry heavens and the moral law, the thought which united, if it did not originally produce, the two halves of the 19th Psalm. If the eschatological thought is uppermost, we can appreciate the grandeur of the conception of him who kingdom on prepared the for his before the foundation of the world, by his unchanging purpose has been preparing it ever since then. He the first and the last, who inspires religion, frames the moral law, and at last by it shall judge the 86 agathas, literary features ch.7 world in righteousness thoughts lofty as these could not express themselves in language that fell short of poetry. Next we might quote the prophet's musing on the mystery of nature, this I ask thee, tell me truly, Lord. Who is by generation the father of right at the first, i.e. the divine order, or perhaps collective, the ordered cosmos? Who determined the path of sun and stars? Who is it by whom the moon waxes and wanes? This, wise one, and yet more am I fain to know. This I ask thee, tell me truly, Lord. Who upheld the earth beneath and the firmament from falling? Who the waters and the plants? Who yokes swiftness to winds and clouds? Who is, wise one, creator of good thought, possibly also collective, the pious? This I ask thee, tell me truly, Lord. What artist made light and darkness? What artist made sleep and waking? Who made the morning, the noon, and the night, that call the understanding to their duties? YS 4435. We had marked a stanza in a later hymn, but the doctors disagree so badly in the proper treatment of certain weak points in its interpretation, that it seems safer to leave it, and proceed to our analysis of the Gathas in detail. Chapter 8 Contents of the Gathas. The first hymn in Gatha Ahunavedi, YS 28, is one of a rather general character, and has few features on which we need tarry. The meter, as throughout the 7 hymns of this Gath consists of 3 lines with 7 plus 9 syllables each. Gathic meter has been generally described already, but it may be worthwhile to make a fairly exact transcript of a specimen stanza, the opening one, in a literal translation, with hands outstretched entreating for support. I will pray, Mazda first of all things for his works, the Holy Spirit's works, rightness, wherewith I may please the will of good thought and the soul of the kine. Whether the Gathic original had any more rhythm than our English we cannot tell. Nothing has been discovered beyond what the student of prosody 88 contents of the Gatha ch might recognize in the version, a fixed number of syllables in each line. The stanza presents us with a bizarre conception which needs explanation. Gem among who urban soul kine is of scholars try to be literary, some for unassignable reason kine is acknowledged to be nearer to poetry than its singular, which answers more exactly to gem, a phonetic equivalent of Latin bovis and archaus. The gender however is indeterminate. As was pointed out above, p. 44, Aryan veneration for the indispensable ox or cow is a survival of the days when the Aryans were nomads on the plains. Its animistic deification is very natural among a people who instinctively bowed before the creature that made their plow go. Who killed the Urkut? P. 43, is a question not quite easy to answer. In Mithraism it is Mithra himself, who is represented in every sculpture seated on the bull's back, plunging the blade into its neck. The creative and the regenerating results of the action form the subject of the Mithraic mysteries. On the other hand, we might be sure the Devas would be credited with what seems prime facie an unfriendly act towards the cow. In either case the deified soul of the primeval ox or cow will be the most natural representative in heaven of the spirit of agriculture that was so dear to Zarathustra. The rest of YS 28 is a prayer for enlightenment, grace, and zeal to work Venyasna XXVIII 89 in the light of future blessedness. One stanza may be quoted as typical, Spirit of holiness. When shall I face to face thee and the good mind see, and bounteous Ahura's throne, and the divine obedience? Through this sacred prayer may we and might ward off the wicked by our tongue. So renders Dr. Casartelli, observing that the last line might be convert the wicked. This agrees with Bartholomew's translation, by this word, of promise, we would convert the ruffians to that which is greatest. It is worth marking in view of the prophet's more normal attitude towards the enemies of the faith, which is essentially that of the imprecatory psalms, such an utterance as Ps 6. 21, 22 could be very easily matched in the Gathas. Following on this, the fifth stanza, there comes a general prayer of the community, with phrases that seem to exclude the direct authorship of Zarathustra himself. Give to Zarathustra and to us strong subme, port/aramati, give to Vishtaspa and to our desire, and again, I pray for the best gifts, desiring them for the hero Frashayastra and for myself, and for those to whom thou wilt grant of the good, thought for all time. The speaker here must be the faithful people, praying for their prophet himself, their king Vishtaspa, the prime minister Frashayastra, p. 50, and the community as a whole. 90 Contents of the Gatha ch. The I is accordingly collective, as so often in the Hebrew Psalter and in modern hymns, but the express mention of Zarathustra shows that it is a disciple and not the master who composes the hymn. So at least we should imagine, but it is fair to say that Bartholomew assumes the prophet to be speaking in the last stanza. This, as will be seen, is appropriate enough, but there is no difficulty in its utterance by the disciples. It runs thus in Casartelli's version, that by these laws I may for all eternity the grace of holiness preserve and the good mind, do thou teach me, from thine own soul, by thine own mouth, to preach those laws whereby the world primeval first was made. Here again we have to chronicle a serious difference between our authorities. Anpurvya Babat is translated as above by Mills and Casartelli in accordance with the tradition. But Bartholomew renders how it will be with the first life. The verb may be future as well as past, and Bartholomew makes mean the first life life in this world, before death, also called corporeal life or this antithesis the future or second life, its is or spiritual life. According to this attractive explanation, the preacher asks for inspiration that he may set forth the way in which this life may be so lived as to lead on to another. Vm the Ox Soul 91. The second hymn is a much more remarkable composition than the first. It is a dialogue in heaven, the interlocutors in which are variously given. Chief among them in any case is Jeshum Ox Soul Urban, the deified we described just now. Ahura Mazda is also beyond question among the speakers, and seemingly Vohumana and Asha, and an enigmatical genius called Jistazan, Mehu creator of the ox, in earlier mythology very well have been Mithra himself, the tacit ignoring of a spirit who had possibly become chief of the Devas, and the maintenance of a mythology which could be adapted to the new purpose, are alike characteristic. It is remarkable that Zarathustra intervenes in the heavenly debate. Justi found here a reference to the doctrine of Fravishis, pages 142 ff, that his is it angel thus converses with Ahura and his closest attendant spirits. In a symbolic poem like this we hardly need call in a doctrine which is never alluded to in the Gathas elsewhere, and was probably set aside by the prophet as superstitious. Adopting Bartholomew's arrangement of the hymn, we may summarize thus. The ox soul complains among the spirits who surround Ahura that he, that is, his earthly fellows, the cattle themselves, receives no care or kindness from men. The ox creator takes up the appeal and pleads with Asha, who naturally bears responsibility, as the 92 contents of the Gatha ch impersonation of things as they should be. Asha acknowledges that there is no adequate protector, Ahura only knows, and he must determine. So to Ahura the ox creator betakes himself with his client, who is promptly reminded that he has no locus standi, the cattle are only chattels, created to serve the agriculturist. So the ox soul turns to Vohumana and asks who has been appointed by the divine will to care for the pleaders. The response is the naming of Zarathustra, who alone our commands hath heard. The ox soul is not grateful, he expected an effective protector, one that commands mightily, and not one armed only with the ineffectual word of an impotent man. At this Zarathustra breaks in with a fervent prayer to the Trinity of Spirits, Ahura, Asha, and Vohumana, that he may receive strength and dominion for the protectorship that is assigned him, with men's recognition of his appointment. The ox soul is satisfied, Lord, now is help ours, we will be of the service of your like, i.e. Simply you divine as Bartholomew takes it. Spirits, the obscurity of the poem lies very largely in a condition of ancient dialogue verse, seen conspicuously in the manifold interpretations of the Song of Solomon, the loss of indications standing outside the verse to show by whom the utterances are successively spoken. Despite this we can recognize dramatic effectiveness vm Zarathustra's Creed 93 in the method the prophet takes for acknowledging his own insufficiency for a task demanding strength as well as wisdom, and we can appreciate the unquestioning faith with which he assumes, and makes his clients assume, that Ahura's promise avails for him against a world in arms. Ys. 30 follows, and soon proves itself one of the central expositions of the Creed. It will be advisable to quote it in a complete form, as a specimen of AG and TH and more particularly to exhibit the fundamental doctrines of the prophet in his own words. 1 Now will I proclaim to those who will the things that the wise should remember, for hymns unto the Lord and prayers to good thought, the blessing also that through right shall be seen by the wise thinker, which is with the heavenly lights. 2 Hear ye with your ears the best things, behold them with a clear seeing thought, for decision between the two beliefs, each man for himself before the great consummation, bethinking you that it may be accomplished unto our pleasure. 3 Now the two primeval spirits, who revealed themselves in vision as twins CP 66, are the better and the bad in thought and word and deed. And between these two the understanding ones chose aright, the void of understanding not so. We stop to note that in this doctrinally crucial verse the pundits differ grievously. Thus T Fafna, taken above as equals lat somno, is rendered by Geldner of their own action, automatic, and the same scholar denies the traditional twins for Yema, taking it as idma, directors, socket a charioteer, etc., with the 94 contents of the Gatha ch better and the bad as a kind of object. Bartholomew here seems more satisfactory, but the uncertainty should be registered. 4 And when these spirits twain met in the beginning they ordained life and not life, and that at the end the worst existence shall be to the followers of the lie, the best abode, to the follower of right. Here Bartholomew takes vahistem mand to be best abode i.e. paradise, a translation based on etymology, cf. Greek/zis. But best thought is the meaning of the combination in hosts of passages, and the name of the archangel does not seem forced as a designation of heaven. Humana, good, thought, was one of the heavens through which the righteous passed to the house of song. 5. Of these twain spirits he that held to the lie chose the doing the worst things, the holiest spirit chose right, he that clothes himself with the massy heavens as a garment. Compare PSCIV 2. In YT 133 the sky is Mazd and HS starry robe the original recalls Escala 77 so likewise they that are fain to please the wise Lord by deeds of truth. 6 Between those twain the devas chose not aright, for infatuation came upon them as they took counsel together, so that they chose the worst thought. Then they rushed together to violence, that they might enfeeble the world of man. Vinayasna XXX 95 Asma, violence is a semi-personification, see above, pages 68f, on Asmodeus in Tobit. The word rushed, Henverenti, illustrates a curious principle which is fixed in the later Avesta, but at most only in germ in the Gath Phys, the setting apart of a complete series of synonyms, nouns, and verbs, to be used when demoniacal creations are spoken of. The verb dvar is peculiar to Dakvas and their kin, where I, eo, l/xt, is used for creatures of Ahura. The have latter heads Ve and Anna, where demons and men and animals of their creation and have pates, came Risa, so on. 7 And to him, i.e. mankind, came dominion, good thought, and right, and Aramati gave continued life of their bodies, and indestructibility, so that by thy retributions through the Moulton, metal P61 he may be victorious over these foes. Aramati's connection with the earth accounts for her bestowing resurrection on those who sleep in her bosom. 8 So when there cometh the punishment of these evil ones, then, wise one, at thy command shall good thought establish the dominion in its fullness for those, Lord, who deliver the lie into the hands of right. 9 So may we be those that make the world advance. Wise one and ye other lords Mazdayasna Huri ho, lit. Ye Mazdayahuras and right, gather together the assembly, that thoughts may meet where wisdom is at home. A very hard stanza, in which we have specially taken into account Justi's criticism of Bartholomew. The 96 contents of the Gatha ch world, mankind, advancement of the lit. Life is a conspicuous eschatological conception, the frawi sokareti, or regeneration, of which have said enough already, p. 72. That the great assembly in such a context should be understood as the concourse of a judgment day seems probable, despite Bartholomew's denial. The plural which here and in ys. 314 appears to compromise the sole Godhead of Ahura Mazda may fairly be interpreted in the light of considerations explained above, p. 58. The wise lords cannot possibly include any conceptions outside the circle of the Amishas Spenta, and these are simply divine attributes together forming a unity. 10 Then indeed shall come upon the lie the destruction of delight, but they that get them good name shall be partakers in the promised reward in the fair abode of good thought, of the wise one and of right. There is abundant choice of renderings for the we word have given as delight, tradition took it makes as army, i.e. of the druj, while tile it a proper name, Spaothra, an angel of death, and others make skendo Spaorea the blow of destruction. Druj, the lie, here means the followers of Druj, the Dregvato. 11 If, ye mortals, ye mark those commandments that the wise one hath ordained, even happiness and pain, the eternal punishment for the followers of the lie, and the blessings for the righteous, then hereafter shall ye have bliss. V'Amyasna XXXII 97 The scale on which this book is planned will not permit a similar full treatment of other Gathas, but what has been attempted will both illustrate the style of these poems and give some idea of the ambiguities that make it frequently difficult to believe that 2 or 3 versions by first-rate scholars really we all go back to the same original. Have also met with many of the leading conceptions of Zarathustra, expressed in what was clearly intended to be used as a summary of the creed. The long hymn, Ys. 31, has been represented in Chap Vn. and must not claim space here. Without further description we may note Ys. 32 as a dialogue, and accordingly beset with some of the ambiguities we observed in the second Gath and, in some of its stanzas Zarathustra is vigorously denouncing the Dafvas. He takes occasion also to denounce unbelievers of various kinds. The lines on the sin of Yuma we quoted above, pages 42f. One quotation may be made, Ys 3210, he it is that destroyeth, holy, words, who declares that the ox and the sun are the worst thing to behold with the eyes, and hath made the pious into followers of the lie, and desolateth the pastures and lifteth his weapon against the righteous. Bartholomew sees a reference here to nocturnal orgiastic animal sacrifices perpetrated by the Devi worshippers. Hear more in this hymn of these enemies of the faith, including even the name of one Mo798 contents of the Gathas, O family of them, the Gremmas, who were presumably foremost among Zarathustra's antagonists. The vigorous polemic leaves a vivid impression, for all its crabbed language. No one could fail to recognize the outbursts of a real man unless it might be those clever people who have recovered the long-lost gift of recognizing solar myths in every ancient character they read of one. But this by the way. YS 33 arrests us on the threshold with a stanza that may introduce a conception characteristic of later Parsism. It runs thus: according as it is with those laws that belong to the former, i.e. earthly life, so shall the judge act with most just deed towards the follower of the lie and the follower of right, and him whose false things and good things balance. This last word, hemimayasate, is taken by Bartholomew as meaning literally "are mixed, in equal" proportions. The prefix hem, socket sam, Greek a in atrov, apophs, etc., suggests the essential element that is given in the brackets. Roth was the first to recognize in this stanza the later Parsi doctrine of Hamis Takhtin, as it was called in Pahlavi, a limbo said to extend from the earth to the stars, in which souls abide whose record of good and evil is exactly even. In the later Avesta it was called Misvagatus, Place 1 Drews, in his much discussed book Die Christusmyth, 1910, makes great use of Parsism. He shows his qualification by confounding Srasha and Sayashyant, p8 of ed 4. Venham's taken 99 of the mixed, from a kindred adjective. Soderblom, Mills, and Casartelli refuse to believe that the idea is Gathic, but the arguments of the last-named scholar against Roth's translation do not affect Bartholomew's entirely different reading, which ultimately produces the same meaning. Even if Bartholomew is wrong in finding another Gathic allusion to the hams taken, YS 484, there seems to be adequate ground for allowing, with Professor Williams-Jackson, that the stanza here discussed does foreshadow the doctrine of an intermediary state, though no doubt the detailed A conception is late. Few minor points of interest occur in this hymn. The singer speaks of himself as the since Zarathustra is referred I, priest, to as the judge in the opening stanza, with the verb in the third person. It may well be that the hymn does not profess to come from his hand, and in any case the Zoroaster is no member of a priestly caste. That feature is not grafted on the religion till the coming of the Magi. There are also references to thy obedience Srodolare, Mazda is addressed, and to Orvidat and Amarita, the Amish's health and immortality, which enlarge the hitherto scanty references to these subordinate members of the celestial hierarchy. The last hymn of this first Wegath and YS 34 gives us little on which to tarry. Note a reference to the Sayashyants, p53, above, in which as elsewhere in the Gathas the title belongs to 7 to 100 contents of the Gathas O. Zarathustra himself and his foremost helpers, like Jamaspa. It has an eschatological connotation, however, by virtue of the fact that these deliverers are to accomplish the final victory over evil. The transference of the title to supernatural beings who are entirely in the future is, as we have seen, post-Gathic. The second Gath called Ustavati, from its first word usta, is in a stanza of 5 equal lines, each containing 4 plus 7 syllables. This coincides with the Fakvari Vedic stanza, Arnold, number 58, an extension of the Tristubh, cf. Geldner, metric, p7. It contains 4 hymns, YS 43-46, with a total of 66 stanzas, as against 101 in the 7 hymns of Gat Emahunavati, which we have just left. The meter may be represented as before by a literal translation of one stanza, YS 433, so as to give the syllabic value of the lines, may he attain to what is better than good, who would teach us the straight paths to blessedness in this life here of body and that of thought, true paths that lead to realms where dwells Ahura lil man, like thee, Mazda, well-knowing, holy. This almost chance-chosen verse will serve to bring out one or two new features of Gathic phraseology. The recurring adjective like thee o avant, is always followed by the vocative, Mazda. After Mazdayasna slying 101 it is used of the prophet himself, as here, where Zarathustra, speaking of himself in the third person, claims that he has likeness to the deity in that he is learned in heavenly lore and holy or possibly am rather beneficent p. 62 he cherishes the vision of winning the eternal reward like that pro and who meist to the teachers in Dan 12:2, those many turn to righteousness and this is another biblical verse that would go most naturally into Avestan. The hymn continues with a recapitulation by the prophet of a series of 6 visions, in which he had received from Ahura and the Amish's illumination on the great themes of his mission. Each opens with the formula I recognized thee as the holy, or beneficent, one, wise Lord, when, the first of these proceeds when I saw thee first at the birth of life, that is, the creation of earthly life, as distinguished from the future life. Tyle draws from this verse the inference that for the writer Zarathustra is a saint of the dim past. This seems unnecessary, for the assumption that a vision is being described is altogether simple and reasonable. The visions successively name the ordaining of the moral law at the beginning, the divine setting apart of the prophet himself and his questioning of Mazda which gave him the revelation, with Vohumana as the constant medium of illumination. There is a note of urgency which reminds Bartholomew of the 102 contents of the Gatha ch preaching of John, repent, for the kingdom of heaven is at hand, especially note the stanza and when thou saidst to me thou shalt go to right to be instructed, then thou didst not command what I did not obey, my speed the, ere obedience come, followed by treasure-laden recompense, who shall render to men severally the recompense of the twofold award. Ys 43:12. Literally the two blessings, which by an idiom very common in both branches of Aryan means and the blessing the curse The visions that prepared the prophet for his mission are naturally followed by the questions in detail addressed by him to Mazda in Ys 44. The 20 stanzas of the hymn, except the last, which may be interpolated, all begin with the recurrent line, unchanged throughout, me thus I ask thee, tell truly, Lord. The answer is in each question to be inferred from the question, unless this is rather a petition for spiritual blessings which Ahura may be assumed to give at Zarathustra's prayer. The 2 first stanzas may be roughly thus rendered, this I ask thee tell me truly, tell me duly, Holy Lord how to worship with a service worthy thee, King adored. Teach me, wise one, as the heavenly may the earthly, as to friend may speak so may the kindly right his timely succor bring, and with heaven's good thought to usward in his gracious power descend. Venyasna xlib 103 Tell me duly, tell me truly as I pray, O Holy King, when the highest life is dawning, at thy kingdom's opening, shall the dooms of heaven's tribunal give to every man his due? Surely he, the holy prophet, to his watchful soul doth lay all men's sin, yet ever friendly doth the worlds of life renew. The stanzas that follow have been already cited, p. 86. The rest of the questions largely concern the rewards and punishments that are to follow orthodox and heretic, mostly in the future life. But the poet is not so engrossed with the other world as to ignore the present. We have already seen how practical Zarathustra is, and how convinced he is that industry as a farmer makes up a large proportion of the whole duty of man. It is therefore quite congruous when he asks the rather grotesque-sounding question, shall I indeed, thou the right, obtain that reward, even 10 mares with a stallion and a camel, which was promised to me, wise one, even as through thee the future gift of health and immortality? Ys 44:18. We need not judge severely the determination to make the best of both worlds, nor the intolerance which animates the prophet as he claims the future blessedness for himself and his followers, fiercely invoking divine judgment upon the foes of his faith and, it would seem, rival prophets who strove to pervert what he felt to be the right ways of Ahura. The days were not yet born when a reformer of 104 contents of the Gatha ch profound convictions would account it less than virtue to say I was ordained at the first by thee, all other I look upon with hatred of the soul, Ys 44:11. The next hymn, Ys 45, invites fuller treatment, as it is of great importance for the theology of the Reform. We may translate it entire, relying this time largely on Geldner, in Grundriss, and 30, as well as Bartholomew. 1. I will speak forth, hear now and hearken now, yet who from near desire, instruction, yet who from far. Now observe him i.e. Ahura, in your mind, all of you, for he is manifested. Never shall the false teacher destroy the second life, the follower of the lie, who with his tongue perverted men to evil beliefs. 2. I will speak of the twain spirits at the beginning of the world, of whom the holier thus addressed the fiendly one, neither our thoughts, nor our teachings, nor our wills, nor our beliefs, nor our words, nor our deeds, nor ourselves, nor our souls can be in harmony. 3. I will speak of that which the wise Lord the All-Knowing revealed to me in the beginning of this, earthly, life. Those of you that put not in practice this word as I think and utter it, to them shall be woe at the end of life. 4. I will speak of that is best in this life from right the wise one knoweth it, who created the same, even the father of the active good thought i.e. the doctrine of agriculture, and the daughter of the same is Aramati of goodly deeds. Not to be deceived is the all-seeing Lord. Both Geldner and Bartholomew render I have learned it, Mazda, which seems to involve a change of Mazdayasna XLV 105 text. The true faith of agriculture is apparently good the father of thought, which is here really collective, the pious workers in the field. Another Emisha, the genius of the earth, p. 63, is also child of this greatest thing in the world, which the all-knowing Mazda knows through Asha, the right order of things, essentially a part of his own self. 5. I will speak of that which the holiest declared unto me as the word that is best for mortals hearing, he, the wise Lord my who, said, they at bidding render to him i.e. Zarathustra obedience, they all shall attain unto health and immortality by the deeds of the good spirit. 6. I will speak of what is best of all, praising him, thou the right, who is bounteous to all that live. By his Holy Spirit may the wise Lord hear, in whose praise I have been taught by good thought. By his wisdom let him teach me what is best. 7. He whose 2 awards CFP 102 as he disposeth all living men shall receive or, less probably, whose blessings all living men should desire and they that have been and they that shall be. In immortality shall the soul of the righteous be joyful, in eternity shall be the torments on the men that follow the lie. And all this the wise Lord doth appoint by his dominion. 8. Him thou shouldst seek to win for us by praises of worship, for now have I seen it with mine eye, that which is of the good spirit and of good deed and word, knowing by the right the wise Lord, so will we offer him homage in the house of song. 9. Him thou shouldst seek to propitiate for us with good thought, who at his will make thus will or woe. May the wise Lord by his dominion bring us to work, that we may prosper our beasts and our men, for our assurance of good thought gained through the right. And Amp, GT, 3:106 contents of the Gatha ch 10. Him thou shouldst honor with the prayers of devotion, Aramati, him that is called wise Lord forever, for that he hath promised through his rightness and good thought health and immortality to be in his dominion, strength, and continuance in his house. 11. Whoso therefore in the future lightly esteemeth the devas and those mortals who lightly esteem him i.e. Sausyant, even all others save that one who highly esteemeth him, unto him shall the holy self of the deliverer, Sausyant, as Lord of the house be friend, brother, or father, O thou wise Lord. The last two stanzas here have some points of special interest. In the 10th we note that all 6 Amishas are named, and linked by the possessive pronoun with Mazda. In the 11th we are again in the eschatological realm. Zarathustra is promising to stand by his faithful followers in the judgment. They shall be to him then as his own personal friend, brother, or even father. There is nothing here to exclude Zarathustra's authorship, for he speaks as a prophet in profound conviction that the truth he brings will save at the last. Are reminded how in Ys 46:10 he promises to cross with them the end quote, bridge of the separator, p. 71. Lofty tone of this great seer is best realized when we compare the eschatology of the 4th Gospel. There are indeed other striking parallels here, for the prophet calls himself not only Savior but Lord of the house Dengpati, identical with Seotrot, thus recalling Matt 13:27 and XX 1, and X25, in a context Vinayasna XLVI 107 curiously like Mark 3:35. But the Parsi traditional rendering spoils this. A theory of dependence would require that the Gathas were better understood in Palestine than in Persia. Last in this Gatha comes Ys 46, a hymn of the persecuted. It has 19 stanzas, falling into sections but loosely bound together, and this, combined with the obviously corrupt state of the text in sundry places, suggests that the unity of the poem is not beyond question. The poem starts with an almost despairing cry. 1. To what land shall I go to flee, whither to flee? From nobles and my peers they sever me, nor are the people pleased with me, a corruption in text, nor the rulers of the land that follow the lie. How am I to please thee, thou wise Lord? 2. I know wherefore I am without success, wise one, because few cattle are mine, and for that I have but few folk. I cry to thee, see thou to it, Lord, granting me support, as friend giveth to friend. Teach me by the right the acquisition of good thought, i.e. paradise. These stanzas, and others like them telling of savage raids upon quiet pastoral people, only desirous of security in avocations sacred to Ahura and beneficial to men, belong obviously to a period or a district in which the religion had as yet won no firm hold. The speaker may well be Zarathustra himself, who would thus appear to have originally practiced the agricultural life which he preached as the ideal. It is hard to reconcile this situation with that of a later 108 contents of the Gathas O section in this hymn, where Zarathustra recounts to Ahura the names of his leading adherents, including King Vishtaspa and the other men of high degree. We who followed him in the days of his triumph may safely assume that fragments have been unskillfully pieced together, though their authenticity as separate items need not be questioned. We pass to the 3rd Gatha, called Spentamania from its first 2 words. The stanza is composed of 4 lines with 4 plus 7 syllables, thus agreeing with the meter of the 2nd except in its containing 1 line less. There are 4 hymns in the G and Th end, consisting severally of 6, 12, 12, and 11 stanzas. Ys 47 is as featureless as it is short. May as before give the opening verse in the meter of the original, which will enable the reader again to notice how in a poem designed for worship the 6 Amishas are once more gathered all together under the headship of Ahura. By his blessed spirit and by the best thought and deed and word according unto the right the joined wise with dominion and devotion shall give to us health and immortality. The stanza is almost a mnemonic, into which is also ingeniously woven the fundamental triad of thought, word, and deed, as an expansion of Vohumana. The triad is suggested again in the next stanza by mention of tongue, hands, and intellect, while 4 Venyasna Slayate 109 Amishas are worked in, and Mazda is declared to be the father of Asha, truth, or rightness, the good order, as in the next verse he is of the Holy Spirit, Spenta Manu, in this context mostly the spirit of a pious man, though the distinction is as hard to draw as it is sometimes in the New Testament. We have in this short hymn a maximum of characteristic terms brought in, almost suggesting that it was a neophyte's first lesson. There is the ox, and the fire by which the followers of Asha and of Druj shall at last be parted, and the demon world represented by aka Mana, 111 thought, as well as by the older Druj. Ys. 48 is not such a bundle of dry bones, though a bundle it is, of rather disconnected snatches which may well have no original unity. The first part is eschatological, with one stanza which Bartholomew and Geldner very plausibly set by Ys. 331 as a reference to the hams taken, pages 98f, whoso, wise one, maketh his thought better and, then, worse, and, likewise, his self by deed and word, and followeth his own inclinations, wishes, and choices, he shall according to thy will be separated at the last. Ys 48:4. The hymn ends with 3 stanzas which Bartholomew acutely interprets as an appeal to the still unconverted class of the nobles narrow, which may mean simply men, but like its cognate dvrjp and the Latin cognomen Nero, with Umbrian nerve, chiefs may be specialized to denote an upper class. 110 Contents of the Gatha ch. When, wise one, will the nobles understand the message? When wilt thou smite the pollution of this intoxicant, through which the Carapans p69 evilly deceive, and the wicked lords of the lands with purpose fell? Ys 48:10. Bartholomew finds here the old Hauma, the Indian soma that reappeared in the Yashts. Alcohol was indeed a product of prehistoric Indo-European barbarism, for the mata of this passage is first cousin to the Greek peov and the English mead. Passing on to Ys. 49, we find ourselves in the immediate presence of the most urgent difficulties of the early propaganda. A certain Benva, apparently a chief who fosters Deva worship, is fiercely denounced as the worst hindrance to the prophet's work. His deeds of rapine and teachings of falsehood are attacked, and contrasted with the loyalty of Zarathustra and Jamaspa. A comprehensive curse at the end paints the ultimate future of these rebels, but these that are of an evil dominion, of evil deeds, evil words, evil self and evil thought, followers of the lie, the souls go to receive them with foul food, in the house of the lie shall they be meet inhabitants. Ys 49:11. The Gat-em is closed with Ys 50, a homogeneous composition after the first 3 verses. As in the other hymns of this part of the Parsi Psalter, the imprecatory element is to the front, but it soon fades into a fervent prayer for the future reward of the faithful prophet and his community. One striking Mazdayasna xlixli 111 stanza we came near giving earlier, p. 86, in our small collection of passages where the seer's earnestness allows him to deviate into poetry. The 4th and 5th Gathas consist of only 1 hymn apiece. Ys. 51, called Gdba Vohuxord from its first words, has 22 stanzas containing +3 lines with 7 syllables. The meter may again be represented with a specimen, the good desired dominion, a most surpassing portion, even this shall right accomplish for him that by deeds with zeal achieves the best, O wise one. That will I now win for us. The hymn presents us with little that is artistically noteworthy, but we may quote a stanza which crystallizes the doctrine of retribution very clearly, the wise Lord who through his dominion gives what is better than good to him that is attentive to his will, but what is worse than evil to him that obeyeth him not. At the latter end of the outward circumstance of judgment is seen in another verse, what joy through thy 2 ministers so Williams Jackson W.T. Bartholomew gives hat. As reward to the 2 sides, i.e. good and bad thou wilt give, Mazda, to the destruction of the wicked but to save the righteous, a sign, of that, give us for our souls. Ys 51 * Professor Jackson's version. The prospect of final damnation for those who reject the truth fills the thought of the seer up to the end. 112 Contents of the Gatha ch together with the assurance of bliss for his faithful we friends may quote one curious verse which Bartholomew, in a weighty compressed note on Zarathustra's historical reality, Altiran. Wordurb. 1675, selects as significant for the reality of the conditions under which the Gathas arose the Kavi's wanton did not please Zarathustra spitum at the winter gate, in that he stayed him from taking refuge with him, and when there came to him also, Zarathustra s. 2 steeds shivering with cold, ys 5:1-12. Zarathustra is overtaken by a storm, when traveling in the bitter cold of a Persian winter, and is repulsed by the servant of Benva, a Kavi, or chief, of the old Deva-worshipping clans. He fiercely calls him by an opprobrious name. The stanza certainly presents difficulties to the would-be allegorizer, and the believer in the legendary character of the central figure of the G and that's will find it hard to discover a meaning for a palpable incident of real life. Last we come to the G dod Vahistoisti, consisting of ys. 53. The meter is rather complex, 4 lines with 7 plus 5, 7 plus 5, 7 plus 7 plus 5, 7 plus 7 plus 5 syllables respectively. It is a marriage hymn, celebrating the nuptials of the Prophet's youngest daughter Porakista with Jamspa, whom we have met before. Though the hymn is corrupt and very difficult, it may be as well to give a provisional translation of it, adopting Mazdayasna Lii 113 mostly Bartholomews interpretation with a general caveat as to the possibility of very different views as may be seen, for instance, by anyone who consults Professor Mills in Sacred Books of the East, XXXI. We must not pause for any discussion. 1. Zarathustra. The best possession known is that of Zarathustra Spitama, which is that the wise Lord will grant to him through the right the glories of blessed life unto all time. So is it, also for them who practice and learn the words and works of his good religion. 2. Then let them seek the pleasure of the wise one with thought, words, and actions gladly unto his praise, and seek his worship, even the Kavivish Taspa, and Zarathustra's son the Spitanid Ishivstra by name, and Frashayastra, making straight the paths for the religion of the deliverer Saoshyant which the Lord appointed. 3. Him, Porakista, thou scion of Hafkathaspa and Spi Tama, youngest of Zarathustra's daughters, hath he the prophet appointed as one to enjoin upon thee the fellowship with good thought, high TNS and the wise one. So take counsel with thine own understanding, with good insight practice the holiest works of devotion Aramati. 4. Jaden Spa. Earnestly will I lead her to the faith, that she may serve her father and her husband, the farmers and the nobles, as a righteous woman, serving the righteous. The glorious heritage of good thought, 3 syllables corrupt, shall the wise Lord grant to her good self for all time. 5. Zarathustra. Teachings address I to maidens marrying and to you bridegrooms, giving counsel. Lay them to heart, and learn to get them within your own selves in earnest attention to the life of good thought. Let each of you seek to excel the other in the right, for it will be a prize for that one. Mo 8 114 Contents of the Gathas O. 6. So is it in fact, ye men and women. Whatever fortune ye look for in union with the lie, corrupt. To them, the followers of the lie, crying woe, shall be ill food, happiness shall flee away from those that injure righteousness. In such wise do ye destroy for yourselves the spiritual life. 7. And there shall be for you the reward of this community, if most faithful zeal be with the wedded pair, where in the abyss the spirit of the follower of the lie, shrinking and cowering, shall fall into perdition. Separate ye from the community, so shall your word at the last be woe. 8. So they whose deeds are evil, let them be the deceived, and they that are reprobate let them cry out all of them. By good rulers let him give slaughter and bloodshed to them, and peace for the happy home dwellers. Grief let him bring on those, he that is greatest, with the chain of death, and soon let it be. 9. To them of evil belief belongs the place of corruption. They that go to despise the worthy, contemners of right, who forfeit their own self, where is the righteous Lord that shall rob them of life and freedom? Thine, wise one, is the dominion, whereby thou canst give to the right living poor the better portion. Rather a somber marriage song. Before we leave the Gathas we must give the 3 great prayers, which take a supreme place in the ritual. It is not at first sight easy to see why they take such precedence, like the Gayatri of the Rigveda, they hardly seem adequate for so much emphasis, from the standpoint of the religion to which they minister. but the reader may judge. First comes the Ahanavarya or Anavar, YS 2713, VM the Ahanavarya 115 in a meter form containing 3 lines with 7 plus 9 syllables apiece. It may be thus rendered after Bartholomew, even as he, Zarathustra, is the Lord, Ahu, whence Ahura for us to choose, so is he the judge, according to rightness, he that bringeth the life works of good thought unto the wise one, and, so, the dominion unto the Lord, even he whom they made shepherd for the poor. This prayer, or rather creed, was intelligible in the early period, but the key must have been lost before long. A glance at other versions, such as Tile S, Geschichte Religion, and 186, will sufficiently show how unrecognizable the stanza may easily be made. The version we have adopted is supported not only by the authority of Bartholomew, but also in the main by that of Geldner, who rendered it on these lines generally in his study N. 1882, pages 144 ff. It becomes essentially eschatological. The prophet is marked out by Asha, the right order of things, to take command of this life, and then at the last to present before God the life works of his faithful followers. Vohumana, as so often, has a practically collective significance. This final work will cause the kingdom of God to come, the complete victory over the forces of evil. From the last function of the prophet the verse comes back to his preparatory work in this life, where he is shepherd of the poor, the oppressed agriculturists whose toil is pleasing to 116 contents of the Gatha Ch Ahura, but harried perpetually by the fierce nomads who follow the ancient gods. This interpretation of a very dark saying may not be certain, but it gives the words an adequate meaning, and accounts for their preeminent sanctity. Next comes the Asam Vohu, YS. U27, which on Bartholomew's interpretation is a play upon 2 meanings of Asha, p61. Primarily denoting abstract right, the divine order, it comes to mean, 2, right doing, action in accord with right, and, 3, a man's rights, as determined by that divine order. This enigmatic sentence, which Geldner gives as prose, Grundriss, N27, but Bartholomew as 3 lines with 7, 9, and 3 plus 5 syllables, runs thus: right is the best good, it falls by desire to our portion, even our right to that which is the best right. He who lives rightly gets his rights in the end, and therefore because right is right, to follow right were wisdom in the scorn of consequence. More complex is the Aryema Igio, YS 54-1, which seems to be in the meter of the last Gat M. Geldner. Bartholomew prints it in 6 lines of 4 plus 7, 4 plus 7, 3 plus 5, 4 plus 7, 4 plus 7, 3 plus 5 syllables respectively, a meter recalling 2 or 3 Vedic systems. Then the Great Prayers 117 we, Arnold, p. 246, NOS 36, 39, 40. May tentatively render, let the dear healer, come for support of Zarathustra's men and women, for support of good thought. Whatever self may win the precious meed of right, I entreat of this the dear reward that the wise Lord bestowed. Ariaman, doubtfully rendered healer on the strength of definitions in the Vendidad, is a figure of Aryan antiquity, for Ariaman is the name of an Aditya or archangel in Indian lore. He appears in the Gathas elsewhere only in the word Ariaman, meaning comrade, a term apparently of rank, attaching to a priestly order, so at least says Bartholomew. Are we to assign this prayer to the period of the Gatha of 7 chapters, p. 74, dating from the post-Zarathustrian epoch in which so many of the old Iranian gods came back to their own again? Last comes the Yekhatim, YS 2715, a little fragment of 3 lines with 4 plus 7 syllables each, the meter called in Sanskrit Virjay, or Tripad Tristubh, Arnold, number 16. It is not in Gathic dialect but in later Avestan, though it is of course possible that it has been transferred by adaptation. However that may be, we had better treat it here. Geldner observes that it is an imitation of the last stanza of the fourth Gath feat, YS 5:122. It seems quite possible that it was derived from it by simply paring down the 14,118 contents of the Gatha ch.8 syllable line so as to fit a more familiar meter. That makes its post-Gathic date fairly certain. It may be rendered thus: the man among all that are, the women too, to whom for his prayer, Yasna the wise Lord knows the better portion doth fall, in accordance with right, these men and women do we reverence. We may put beside this its model, he, I ween, that, among all that have been and are, the wise Lord know it as one to whom in accordance with right the best portion falls for his prayer, these will I reverence by their names, and go before them with honor, YS 5:122. Here the summary follows a glowing eulogy of the leading men whose help has at last prospered Zarathustra's mission. It is somewhat suspicious that here only in the Gath and S is the verb yaz, whence yasna and yash the Greek ho/juit and number 7*09, applied to men. The possibility may be admitted that the gate M has been rounded off with a stanza in the style of later worship, which was quite addicted to worship of the Fravashi, pages 141 ff, of a living man. Chapter 9. The Yashts and later Avesta. The step from Gathas into Yashts is a step into a new world. The dialect is different, but this has little to do with the sensation of strangeness that comes over us, for the difference is not greater than we note when we move from one English county to another 200 or 300 miles away. Still meet the old familiar names. Ahura Mazda is still supreme, with the Amishaspentas around him, and Zarathustra is still the prophet of the faith. But even while we shut our eyes to the new divine names which crowd upon us, we cannot help seeing that the familiar names carry new associations. The prophet is no longer a man of like passions with ourselves, a fervid religious and moral reformer, eagerly pressing his lofty doctrine of God and duty against much opposition, and exhibiting very human emotions of elation and discouragement as the fortunes of the 120 the Yashts and later Avesta campaign sway to and fro. He is a purely supernatural figure, holding converse with Ahura Mazda on theological and ritual subjects, which rarely come near the practical and homely religion inculcated by the singer of the Gathas. Nor is Ahura himself less changed. He is nominal head of a hierarchy in which we soon find old gods in what are virtually old relationships. If they are pro forma subordinated as angels, they do not get less worship. Sacrifice on a large scale becomes the center of religion, and we realize by the contrast how strangely absent the institution has been in our reading of the Psalms. Prayer has mostly degenerated into spells, in which the use of the right title for deity takes the prominence we know so well when we read magical texts or the hymns of ritual religion. In other words, we are back again in the pre-Reformation days. The authors of the Yashts are first cousins to those of the Veda. They have learned nothing since the days of Aryan unity, except some new gods to set in their pantheon, and forgotten extremely little. Had Zarathustra come back a while from the house of song, he would have had to begin his work over again, nor would he have abetted his censure of this new Devayasna because his own name had become semi-divine. The limits of our subject do not allow us to show how far this lost ground was regained in the Revival 9 contrast of Gathas and Yashts 121 of religion under the Sasanian kings, nor need we stay longer to recapitulate what has been already sketched above, chap 6. If the contrast between Gathas and Yashts is violent on the side of religion, it is scarcely less conspicuous from the literary point of view. The difference of metrical form has been already described, and we have seen how the uniform meter of the verse in the Yashts agrees with that which gains increasing predominance in India from the Vedic period onwards, an outward and visible sign of that close kinship with the other branch of the Aryan family which we have seen interrupted by the Zarathustrian reform. But this external difference is a small part of the contrast. The crabbed, compressed, obscure style of the Gathas has been replaced by language which is generally easy and clear enough, though its lucidity is very largely the effect of a great poverty of ideas. Formulae are ubiquitous, and repetitions perpetual. Favorite form in the glorification of successive yazatas is the piling up of epithets for some lines together. Such strings of adjectives may in skillful hands produce a striking literary effect. One recalls a superb passage in the Wisdom of Solomon, 7:22f, and familiar sentences in the artless prose of Paul. But the poets of the Yashts are generally artificial rather than artistic, and if they become simple, they are not so much artless as bald, through the absence of the intensity and amp, lt, K9.fi2 122 the Yashts and later Avesta ch which makes the simplest language glow. This general verdict needs qualifying with one or two counter-statements. As might be expected where the work of many different hands is gathered into one book, there are very varying degrees of literary merit, and in one instance, as we shall see, a nameless author has achieved a supremely beautiful conception, or inherited it and given it expression. Then we should also observe that for all their wearisome repetitions the Yashts are not dull, if we know how to skip. There is abundance of curious lore, folk legend, and epic material in embryo, such as finds full expression centuries later in the Shndmet. For matter of this kind we shall stop as we go through the Yashts, always assuming that verse form brings it within the limits of our subject. But where these elements are missing we may perhaps excuse our silence by pleading that our title only makes room for poetry, and by inference allows us to ignore mere verse when we are so inclined. Professor Geldner, in his concise account of Avestan literature in the second volume of the Iranian Grundriss, makes an important distinction between the Yashts in our collection in the matter A of their form. True Yasht has a division into cantos with a fixed introduction and a refrain. Thus many Yashts contain a succession of heroes, or 9 form of a Yasht 123 others, who worshipped the Yazida, asked a boon and got it, or failed. This will be described in set formulae, with no variation in introduction or refrain except for the name of the new worshipper. On this test Geldner rejects all the Yashts but 11, viz. Nos 5, 8, 9, 10, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 19, and the Srosh Yasht, Ys 57. It will be seen that this test rules out also Yashts which we shall pass by on the ground of their preponderance of prose. On this subject we have said enough in chap in. Have seen that the Yashts were interpolated with prose when still only deuterocanonical, like Daniel and Esther when the Greek version was made. Many of the Yashts bear obvious signs of dislocated text, sections have been torn away, and sections of alien origin brought into a context that does not suit them. With this naturally goes considerable corruption in the text of individual passages. The history of the Avesta, as sketched above, pages 13 ff, is sufficient explanation of these derangements. We can only wonder that they are not more serious still. With this preface we may proceed to review the Yashts. There is hardly anything in the first 4 of them, which are largely in prose, and ill-preserved, late and uninteresting to boot. Yt. 1 stands at the head as addressed to Ahura, whose apropriate titles are enumerated. Verse spell without original connection may be cited as a sample. 124 the Yashts and later Avesta ch we attempt a verse rendering in confidence that we cannot fall below the level of the poetry we translate. By the holy Aramati all their malice break to pieces, bind their hands and tear their ears off, maim their knees vl weapons and bind in fetters. Yt. I-27. The citing of this elegant extract will serve as an adequate reason for making no further efforts in this a line. Solitary fragment of verse in the 3rd Yasht, dedicated to Ashavahishta, may be cited for special reasons. Headlong down from heaven fell he of demons the most lying, and Gramanu many slaying, Yt 3:13. The word rendered heaven here, dios ablative of dios, is interesting as the only survival in the Avesta of the primitive Indo-European word dios, sky, for which see above, p. 33. The fiend falling from the sky belongs to old folklore about war in heaven between powers of light and darkness. We are very familiar with the application of a similar idea in the Revelation. The 4th Yasht, named from Orvidit, the Amisha health or cor well-being, is specially rubbed, and its verse snatches are only spells. With the fifth we come at last to coherent and ancient 9, the genii of the Yashts 125 material. The Yasht is in honor of the river genius Ardvi Anahita, partly as representative of the waters, of which she was the queen. It will be remembered that the waters were among the highest objects of reverence in the Persian religion described by Herodotus, pages 35 and 38 above. Suggestions as to the earlier history of the name Anahita, well known to the Greeks as Anaitis, were given above. We need only reinforce them here by remarking that if our extant yashts can enable us by their relative length, integrity, and apparent antiquity to estimate the importance of the deities worshipped in the community that produced these hymns, we can find no rival but Mithra, her partner in Herodotus, seemingly, and on the highly significant Hamadan inscription of Artaxerxes Neman, who joins them with Ahura Mazda as a trinity. Next to them on this test would come Tishtraya, YT8, Dravaspa, YT9, the Fravishis, YT13, Varethrakna, YT14, Vayu, YT15, Ashi, YT17, the Havarano, YT19, and Hauma, YS9. None of these is even named in the Gathas. The deities of this period form a wholly independent pantheon, in which Ahura Mazda and the Amishaspentas are almost strangers. The part taken by Ahura in Yasht 5 is worth a little attention. He is only named about 10 times in the verse parts of the Yasht, gener li as creator. Thus the earth is Ahura made 126 the Yashts and later Avesta os 8, 1, so is Victory 86, 1, and Theta comes from who the creator Mazda 7, I, has made for her steeds for 12, 1, just as he has made the judge of the corporeal world, says Anahita to me Zarathustra, so hath he made the what verse fails to say the prose goes on protectress of all the world of good. This agrees with the familiar formula of the Persian kings at Persepolis and Naxi Rustam, a great god is Ahura Mazda, who created this earth, who created yon heaven, who created man, who created welfare for man, who made Darius etc. king, one king of many, one lord of many. Such declarations regularize the doctrine, and make the supremacy of Ahura clear. If the Yashts represent a phase of the religion which prevailed for a time in some outlying part of the empire of the Achaemenid kings, we can understand this degree of conformity to the court worship of Ahura Mazda, and at the same time realize the patent fact that the old Aryan nature gods loomed much larger than he in the real thoughts of priests who sang these hymns. This consideration will explain an otherwise astonishing stanza which opens the long list of Anahita's worshippers that extends over about half the Yasht. We attempt to reproduce the mixture of verse and prose which presumably must guide us in our effort to trace its original form. 9 Yasht v 127 Her worshipped Ahura Mazda v in the /art/ an amp, lt, in an amp, gt, I creator homeland /an amp, lt / of Iran locality unknown, on the goodly Daitya, river, came with milk and horn, with barsam, came with skill of tongue, with mayithnt, with word, and act and libations and right-spoken utterances. Then he prayed of her, upon me bestow this blessing, thou good, beneficent art Visura Anahita, that the son of Purushaspa, him the righteous Zarathustra, I may lead to thinking, speaking, acting after my religion. Art Visura Anahita bestowed on him this blessing, even on him as he at once brought libations, devoutly worshipped and prayed, bestowing the blessing, YT 5:17-19. A word of commentary is needed before we go on. For horn, or hauma, CP 41. Myn aura is a spell. The barsam, bears mari, is a Magian ritual instrument, a bundle of twigs held before the face, cf Ezekiel 8:17. It adapts the name of an Aryan institution of a very different kind, the Indian barayas, or carpet of grass on which the sacrifice was laid. The passage thus printed a fair sample of a phenomenon perpetually recurrent in the Yashtsui forms an easy exercise in higher criticism. Find later on, 11. 104-106, that Zarathustra also sacrificed to Anahita in the Iranian homeland, and that he offered the same ritual gift, one very characteristic of fully developed Parsism, in contrast to the other heroes, 128 the Yashts and later Avesta Ch who all come with 100 horses, like the Indian Akvamedha, familiar to us from Southey's Curse of Kahamd, 1,000 bulls and 10,000 sheep. His prayer is in identic language, with the substitution of Kavi Vishtaspa, his Constantine, for his own name. It is easy to see that the second section is original and the first modeled upon it when Anahita was to be credited with the first impulse by which Zarathustra himself became the prophet of the religion, unless indeed both alike merely apply with new names inserted the verse formula in which any priest's ritual was described. The accretion of prose glosses is here very obvious, and typical of the Yashts as a whole. Space forbids a lengthened description of this interesting Yasht. Its concluding section may be referred to first, as it affects the whole character of a goddess of supreme importance in this stage of Persian religion. Find here a description of Anahita, in verse throughout, and extraordinarily full of pictorial detail. Windish man can hardly be wrong in tracing it to typical statues of the goddess. If that is so, we are tempted at once to compare the descriptions of the Ephesian great Artemis, who was in any case first cousin to an Anahita. We may note that the chief priest at Ephesus bore a Persian title, Maya/3FB9, Baga W by Lux $A, delivered the Sir Deity. M. Ramsey, in Hastings Bible Dictionary I-605, describes the 9 Anahita 129 Ephesian so-called Artemis fully from coins and statues, and we may select 2 features for comparison. In the first place, the upper part of the body in front is covered with rows of breasts, symbolizing her function as the nourishing mother of all we with life. This compare the Yasht, 127, tightened she her cincture, making shapely breasts and full of beauty. The latter looks as if civilized art had been at work upon the barbaric figure which Ephesus was not Hellenist enough to improve upon. Our Persian sculptor's Anahita is completely human, but she keeps the attributes which were symbolized by the shapeless block with the many-breasted bust above. The Yasht repeatedly tells us how maidens besought her for husbands and young wives for happy child-birth. Are further told that Artemis' head is surmounted either by a lofty ornament, polos, or by a mural crown, and something like a heavy veil hangs on each side of the face down to the shul without unders. Laying stress the mantle costly Anahita wears 126, 1. We may perhaps trace resemblance in the headdress, bound she diadem upon her, 100-starred it was and golden, doubly quartered, wheel-shaped, splendid, 128 streamer-decked, full-spreading, shapely, 1. Though painfully conscious of trespassing on the Mo9 130 the Yashts and later Avesta Ch preserves of archaeologists and historians of art, we venture to recognize here a definite artistic development which prompts inferences as to the culture attained by the people among whom the Yashts first gained currency. Leave the hint to the specialists for what it is worth, candidly warning them however that much may turn on the right interpretation of some questionable words in the Avestan extracts given. We must not tarry much longer, and will only add 1 or 2 notes on items in what we called the epic material of the Yasht. Are told of the Paradata, heroes of a primeval age, standing to Mazdayasm rather like Noah and Abraham to Mosaism, who worshipped Anahita and won their sovereignty through her. Sometimes by way of variety the arch-enemies of these patriarchs appeal to an Anahita in the same formula, and the sequel is told in the invariable form, but with the laconic negative added. One of these foes is Azida Mka, a Deviya worshipping king of Iran, conceived as a 3-headed serpent. It is very noteworthy that the locality of his invocation is Babylon, indicating apparently an early feud between Aryan and Chaldean. We must close our sketch of the Yasht by quoting one section, obviously prepared for the first Parsi aviator. The prose interpolation is one significant. Some lines where the meter shows corruption are obelized. The extract opens with a 12-syllabled verse, CP 18. 9 Story of Purva 131-61 Her worshipped Purva once, the skillful sailor, when the conquering, strong one through Dana whirled him vulture form to heaven. 62 Full 3 days on flew he homewards, 3 nights, yet descend he could not. 3 nights passed, he came to morning, to the shining of the mighty two, cried he out to Artvisura, O Anahita, speed hither, swiftly bring me thy protection. 8,000 libations will I bring, mixed with horn and milk, piously prepared, strained, by the Rangha Tigris river, if alive I win to earthward, earth of Ahura's creation, to the home that is my dwelling. That's tend Artvisura to him, as a maiden fair and lusty, tall, high cinctured, stately, noble lineage hers of great possessions. Shod with buskins ankle reaching came she, golden pointed, shining. 66 On his arms her firm grasp laid she swift her aid and did not tarry that he won with rapid gliding earth of Ahura's creation, to the home that was his dwelling, safe and sound, unharmed as ever. 1 Faradun of the Shani met. The boatman had apparently tried to dispute the hero's passage of the Tigris, and 3 Tahana turned him into a vulture. 2 Probably the dawn, but there is deep-seated corruption here. 92 132 The Yashts and later Avesta O. Past the short prose Yashts addressed to the sun and the moon, we come to the hymn to Tishtraya, which is probably the star Sirius 1, YT8. It is about half the length of that we have just left, and the verse form is preserved fairly well as far as L47. Tishtraya is the chief of the 4 great stars named in A the Vesta, all of them, as is natural, appearing in this Yasht. They guard 4 quarters of the sky, and have been conjecturally identified as Fomalhaut, Satava Sa, for the SW, Vega, Venant, for NW, and the Great Bear, Hapto Iringa, for NE, the stars being roughly in these quarters when Sirius rises first before the sun in the SE2 each of 1 if we may venture on etymological conjecture, 2E/Pos may be from Twinkler, a root T base, and this looks like a doublet of T's, from which Tiltria comes naturally. But of course we cannot argue the point here. 2. On this point where the authorities differ considerably, and there is no evidence how far the opinions expressed are supported by experts in a field very far away from that of the Zendist, I have thought it well to consult my friend the Reverend R. Killip, FBAS, who has kindly secured for me a further opinion from Mr. E. W. Maunder of Greenwich Observatory. Mr. Maunder, assuming the latitude 38N, about that of Merv, and the epoch 400 BC, says that at the moment of Sirius rising, ESE, Fomalhaut was setting, SW by S, Vega being 18 high, NW by W, and the Great Bear wholly visible, with an I, the meridian, subpolar. Reviewing the whole problem, the most symmetrical solution would obviously be to take the 4 as Sirius, Fomalhaut, Vega, and Charles Wain. All 4 would be close to the horizon, and would be 90 apart, the figure being a little slewed round with regard to the meridian. Mr. Maunder discusses 9 Tishtraya 133 Them in the later Parsi writings had a planet for special antagonist, for in the Magian system the planets were creatures of Ahriman. Whether they were really so in the pure Iranian Mazdayasm may be doubted, for they were named after the Yazatas Jupiter was Ormuzd, Venus and Enhit, etc. It seems at least possible that we have here a deep-lying difference between the Aryan and the Magian strata in Parsism. However this may be, we note that more obviously Ahrimanian opponents are provided in the meteors, which are called Parika, Paris or evil fairies. These Paris are conspicuous among the creatures of the evil spirit, being regularly associated who may with it sorcerers, be either demons or men. It is suggestive that with this wholehearted abhorrence of sorcery in the forefront of the Mazdayasna, the very name of magic in the West should be derived from the men who became priests of that religion. The reason belongs to the developments described in Chap 6. Above. The most important part of Yasht 8 is that which describes the great fight between Tishtraya and his opponent Apesa, the drought demon, a mode of some other stars, and makes some interesting suggestions as to the possibility of using the legend for determining the date attempting line, but beyond our limits here. The stars I have given are the same as those for which Geiger decides, civilization of the Eastern Iranians, I-141, but he puts Sadavi Isa in the West, wrongly interpreting the Pahlavi evidence, Bartholomew. 134 The Yashts and later Avesta ch. We very suggestive of the Rigveda. Read how his first appearance is Heliacal rising, or first emergence from the sun's rays so as to shine before sunrise is eagerly awaited by flocks and herds and men. The myth itself occupies stanzas 13 to 34. Tishtraya appears at last, and for 10 nights moves forward in the form of a man in his prime, 15 years is the prime in the Avesta. 10 nights more he has the form of a golden horned bull, and then for 10 nights that of a white horse, in each case making promises to men who will worship him male children, herds of oxen, troops of horses, according to his successive forms. In this last form he goes down to the sea Vaurakasha, the earth-encircling ocean, in the midst of which is the shining mount. But the demon Apesa rushes up to meet him as a black horse, and, after a conflict of 3 days and 3 nights, if we may follow the prose stanza 22, Tishtraya retires baffled. At this crisis the prose interpolator significantly steps in, to tell how Ahura Mazda offered Tishtraya the sacrifice with his name invoked, the neglect of which by men had produced this rout. What original element in the story was ejected to admit this characteristic accretion, the fellow to which we met with in Yasht 5, we do not know. That some power, probably enough Ahura, gave him the strength of 10 horses, 10 camels, 10 bulls, 10 mountains, and 10 rivers, is duly recorded 9 Yashts 8 and 9 135 in verse, and when after another prose interval the poetic afflatus returns, the victory is achieved, thanksgiving offered, and the rains descend. Lack of space forbids comment on the miscellaneous praises that occupy the rest of the verse portion of Yasht 8. Nor must we say much of the next hymn. Druvspa, or rather Druvaspa, trisyllabic, is a yazida whose function and according to her name is to keep horses healthy. She is closely connected with Jasurban and Jastazan, ox soul and who Oxyationer, were described above, pages 87f, 91f. The Yasht accordingly may be compared with the Gatha that deals with the subject, ys 29, to point the contrast between Gathas and Yashts in general. Practically the whole of Yasht 9 recurs in the middle of the hymn addressed to Ashivanui, YT 17. It is on lines familiar in the Yashts, CP 122, a list of Iranian heroes who sacrifice to the Yazida and ask certain blessings, which are granted. The list is identical in the 2 Yashts, in contents and in order, and only the name of the divinity is changed. The formula also which records the giving of the boon is longer for Druvaspa than for Ashi. There are fuller ritual interpolations in prose in the former Yasht. Which was the original we cannot tell. As might be expected, the hymn to Mithra, YT 10, is the most important of all the Yashts. Enough has already been said, pages 37, 55, and 88, of 136. The Yashts and later Avesta ch. The origin and character of this supremely important we Yazida have seen reason for regarding him as originally the firmament, giver of light, which primitive peoples may well have assigned to it independently of sun and moon. We remember how light is anterior to the lights in Genesis. It is as a light god that Franz Cumont regards Mithra. To the fascinating pages of this great scholar we refer those who would read how in parts of Iran that were untouched by the Reformation the old Aryan light god more than regained his old prominence, and without associates like the Indian Varuna and the Iranian, or Iranianist, Anahita, took to himself fresh features from Semitic religion and began to dominate the West. The Mithra of Mithraism is not to be recognized in our Yasht as far as we are concerned with it, even if Darmstaedter is right in tracing a dim feature of him in a prose edition. What common elements exist descend from the prehistoric Indo-Iranian period. The commanding position of Mithra in that age is recalled in the Yasht, it would seem, by a passage in verse, which though fragmentary may be old, where Mithra and Ahura are joined in a pair as the two great imperishable, holy ones, 145. Are familiar with such association between Mazda and Asha or Vohumana in the Gathas, and we have shown how entirely consistent it is with the monotheism Zarathustra 9 Mithra 137 came to proclaim. But Mithra is another matter. What concord hath Ahura with him? The reader of the Yasht will find, however, that the old Aryan divinity has assimilated himself very successfully to his new environment. The utmost is made of his function as Lord of Truth, the preeminent Zarathustrian virtue. The very first verse line of the hymn presents us with a splendid declaration of the universal duty, Spidama, break not the promise me or am made with sinner, made with faithful, comrade in thy law, for Mithra stands for sinner, stands for faithful YT, tens. The hymn is mainly composed of instances to prove that the invincible deity will crush the me or a drudge where it does not matter whether we use a capital initial or not, say Mithra deceiver or contract breaker and save him who is faithful to the genius and what he represents. The desultory character of the Yasht makes it difficult to summarize, and it will suffice to pick out a few passages that are specially noteworthy. The fifth canto may be quoted as fairly typical. As before, we cite the prose, that the reader may do his own higher criticism. Mithra, Lord of spacious pastures, we one worship, true of speech, and wise in counsel, with 1,000 airs, well shapen, with a myriad eyes, exalted, one. This may be a 12-syllable line, cp 18. 138 The Yashts and later Avesta ch. From his worldwide watchtower gazing, strong, unsleeping, ever watchful, who is not deceived of any, whether lord of house, or lord of village, lord of town or lord of province. If the lord of a house, a village, a town, or a province lies unto him, then doth Mithra, fierce and angered, crush the house and crush the village, crush the town and crush the province, and the lords of the houses, the villages, the towns, the provinces, and the chief men of the provinces. From this point Geldner notes the regular alternation of 4-line and 5-line stanzas, Vedic Anu and Pankti meters. Thither Mithra, fierce and angered, hies him forth where he findeth one that lies to him, and lying cares not, for his heart is hardened. So the steeds of all those liars fling their riders from the saddle, though they run, one step they stir not, though they ride, one pace they move not, though they drive, 1 yard advance not. Backward lo! The spear is flying that the foe of Mithra hurleth, for the mass of magic mischief that the foe of Mithra worketh. Yea, though well he throws and truly, though he reach his foeman's body, yet to wound the strokes avail not, for the mass of magic mischief that the foe of Mithra worketh. 9 Yasht x 139 Lo! That spear the wind is warping that the foe of Mithra hurleth, for the mass of magic mischief that the foe of Mithra worketh. YT 1017-81. Darmstetter explains this recurring phrase by noting that the sacramental words of the contract, by their not being kept, turn to evil spells against the contract breaker. Our next quotation has an interesting resemblance to a gem of European poetry, that lovely passage in the Odyssey which Lucretius even bettered in the borrowing, and our own great poet wove into his picture of the island Valley of Avilion. It is a curious coincidence that just as Homer idealizes Olympus, till commentators dispute whether his of seat the gods is on earth at all, even so the Persian holy mountain Hara Barazidi or Alberts, high mountain is ambiguously the dominating feature of an earthly landscape or a mythic peak wholly appropriated to the divine. But let us give the lines as well as we can, for here at last the translator feels a shrinking as he lays his hand on poetry. For him Mazda the creator reared a palace on the mountain, Alberts, with its hills encircled, glorious, where nor night nor darkness climbs, nor blows the chill, the searching wind, nor sickness comes death-dealing, nor the devil-born pollution, nor upon that mighty mountain are the dark clouds seen ascending, YT 1060. **** 140 The Yashts and later Avesta O. It is characteristic that the orthodox and conscientious interpolator feels himself bound to add in prose, helped out with an irrelevant couplet from an earlier canto, that the Amishas spent as made the palace of Mithra, in one accord with the Sunday. One more extract claims a place. He from whom true glory fleet, from the straightest path forewandered, in his inmost heart hath sorrow. Thus he thinketh, that inglorious, blind is Mithra, all the ill deeds, all the lying words, he sees not. But, for me, I think within me, surely nowhere under heaven is a worldly man who thinketh evil thoughts to match the good thoughts of the spiritual Mithra. YT 10:106. And so for words and deeds, mutatis mutandis. The parallels in the Psalms are obvious. Dusty Farina, 1 who has evil glory, suggests the Hebrew name Ichabod, but only superficially. Glory is a technical word, as we shall see when we come to Yash 19, and it should be remembered in connection with the present passage that its possession depends absolutely on truthfulness. One or two snatches of verse are not adequate warrant for our staying on the 11th Yasht, addressed to Srasha. For the same reason we shall be content with naming the 12th, to Rashnu, the 16th, to Kista, or the Creed of Zarathustra, and 9 an allusion to Buddha. 141 obviously late composition, wholly in prose, and the 18th, a short prose piece, except for one stanza, which occupies itself with the same subject as the one next to it. Only two really important hymns are left. The 13th, to the Fravishis, is the longest of all, but in only about half of its stanzas does it show even single lines of verse. There is an interesting problem in it which affects its date. In 1:16 we read how the Fravishis cause a man to be born who is a master in assemblies and skilled in sacred lore, so that he comes away from debate a victor over now Jyotima. Gautama, which answers exactly to this, is a Vedic proper name, and Bartholomew is satisfied with recognizing an otherwise unknown unbeliever. Geldner, in 1877, took it as a common noun. But the temptation to see here Gautama the Buddha is extremely strong. Darmstaedter says that Buddhism had established a footing in western Iran as early as the 2nd century BC. Professor Cowell used to point out that prana, the cognate of the word rendered debate just now, was a prominent word in Buddhism. On the same side is a concise and telling argument in Professor Jackson's Zoroaster pages 177f. Accepting this view, first suggested by Hogg, we are, in Darmstaedter's opinion, brought down to the age of the Arsacid dynasty, but there hardly seems adequate reason for rejecting the possibility that isolated missionaries of Buddhism might 142 the Yashts and later Avesta O have been found in Iran many generations earlier, and Professor Jackson gives a good argument for this earlier date drawn from the Yasht itself. One might even hazard the suggestion that the mistake by which the name of Gautama is transferred to a man who preached Gautama's gospel, may be due to the very fact that the preaching was thus isolated, that Buddhism was still almost unknown. Much might be written here on the subject of the Fravishis, by far the most interesting of the conceptions which appear, or more probably reappear, in the age immediately following Zarathustra. The etymological meaning of the name is wisely left as unknown in Bartholomew's lexicon. It is often which might given as or confession for belief be pleaded the curious coincidence that in the Gathas the word Dakna combines two senses, or two different words, the Zarathustrian law and the ego of a man, an idea not far away from that of the Fravishi. But everything else in the picture of these beings seems to make against this interpretation. Very tentatively we would suggest another account, coming directly from one of the Fravishi's functions. There is an Avestan root var, to impregnate, Samdfrvasi mean might, birth promotion. This takes us back to one of the most primitive functions of ancestor spirits, who in sundry savage tribes are believed to be responsible for the pregnancy of women. Cf 9 The Fravishis 143 J G Fraser, Tochmism and Exogamy, I 191, and 508, Adonis, Attis and Osiris, pages 76 ff. Whether our guess is right or wrong, there is no question as to the prominence of this function of the Fravishis in the Yasht, nor any doubt that it is a function entirely appropriate to ancestor spirits. No less appropriate, according to universal folklore, is their puissance in war, which is very conspicuous in the Yasht. Less easy to account for is their intimate connection with the waters. Dr. Fraser notes for me the fact that in ancient Greece a good many people claimed to be descended from rivers, referring me to his Pausanias, IP Lix, but it does not seem to be a very prominent function of the Manes to preside over waters. Perhaps it is only derived from their connection with childbirth, with which water spirits had a great deal to do in Avestan lore, compare especially Yasht 5. There is also a connection with the stars, rather doubtfully suggested in this Yasht, and proclaimed in a Pahlavi treatise which lies somewhat aside from the field stream of Parsi orthodoxy. This obviously suits their identification with spirits of the dead. The identification is clearly Aryan. The Pitras or many fathers of the Vedic system have features in common with them. The last mentioned, their not very strongly developed stellar character, recalls the fact that in the Veda the fathers are said to have adorned the sky with stars and placed darkness 144 the Yashts and later Avesta ch in the night and light in the day. MacDonald, Vedic Mythology, p. 171. Similarly, YT 1357f, the Fravashis showed their paths to the sun, the moon, the sun, and the endless lights. It must be allowed that though they thus preserve the stars from wrong, this falls short of identification with stars. Probably the Magian element in the theology of the Fravishis was mainly responsible for the equation which produces the inference of the Magi in the second chapter of our first Gospel. Deeply rooted in the ritual of Parsism, and clearly indicated in the rather broken verse of 11:49-52 is the annual All Souls Feast in honor of the Fravishis. Like the Athenians and the Romans, the Parsis kept it at the end of the year, just before the opening of spring, when the Fravishis were invited to abide with their living friends, and after the 5 intercalary days were over and the new year dawned, they departed leaving a blessing. The rite is worldwide. See J G Fraser S. Adonis, Attis, and Osiris, pages 301-320. One further trait, conspicuous in a recurrent formula of this Yasht, the Fravishis of the righteous, gets its explanation from the ancestral character of these spirits. They are the Wenmanes, good, and the folk. Their original features were lost. They were bound to be attached, as objects of worship, to the righteous alone. See Soderblom, Les Fravishis, p. 66. But this is not all. In 1:17, a verse passage and 9 Yasht 13:145 therefore presumably original, we read that the most powerful Fravishis were those of the men of the primitive law, cf above, p. 130, or the still unborn Saoshyants who will restore the world. Next to these, the Fravishis of the living righteous are more powerful than those of the dead. They are therefore not only ancestor spirits. The later Parsi books tell us that the Fravishi is a part of a good man's identity, living in heaven and reuniting with the soul at death. It is not exactly a guardian angel, for it shares in the development or deterioration of the rest of the man. It is in fact derived from the well-known primitive concept of the external soul, described at length by Dr. Fraser, Golden Bough 2, in 351 ff. It seems reasonable to attribute this totally distinct element to the non-Aryan one Magi, who will thus have laid hold of the old Aryan doctrine and imported their own ideas before the Yasht was composed, or the ideas on which it was based developed. The prose parts of the yashts are full of names of heroes male and female, Aryan and Turanian, born and unborn, whose fravishis we are adored. These must not detain us. We'll only stay now to cite one passage whereby the May 1st on this reference made be to the writer's papers, it is his angel Journal of Theol Studies, 1902, pages 514 ff, and Syncretism in Religion, as illustrated in the History of Parsism Oxford Congress of the History of Religions, especially N99 f. Mo 10 146. The yashts and later Avesta ch quality of the yasht in its original kernel may be gauged by their brightness and their glory. Zarathustra, I stay from ruin yonder heaven, sublime and shining, that the whole earth doth encompass, like a palace spirit fashioned, stablished, far withdrawn its limit, with the form of glowing metal, lightens it the world's three regions. With that heaven, as with a garment star embroidered, spirit woven, Mazda clothes him and his angels, Mithra, Rashnu, Aramati, nor on any side beginning nor an end thereof appeareth, YT 13-2f. The 14th yasht is a medley, of no special interest. It is addressed to Varathrakna, the genius of victory, whose successive avatars in various animal and human forms are the subject of its longest section. We have already, pages 39f, remarked on the original character of Varathrakna as an Aryan divinity, already unintelligible in name when the Indian tribes migrated. There is much in this yasht that is sheer magic. Spells and talismans for success in battle belong to the most primitive of savages, and relics of savagery survive most naturally in connection with war. There is some vigor in the description of the Vedrena bird, the seventh avatar of the genius, but we have no space to quote it, YT 14-20f. Still less 9 yashts 14 and 17 147. We are disposed to linger over the late hackwork, as Bartholomew calls it, of the 15th yasht, dedicated to Vayu, the atmosphere. We pass on accordingly to the 17th, though here also for no lengthy survey. Ac Ivanui, good reward, is a personification of Gathic antiquity. Good and bad rewards alike appear in the ancient hymns, and in Ys. 314 Ashi is named without epithet in close connection with Aramati. In the later Avesta she becomes the genius of the blessings assigned to piety. Her etymological association with Asha must not be depended on, the names have only the root in com mundi, and the conceptions do not touch. In the yasht Ashi is rather like the Latin Fortuna. She gives all manner of wealth and prosperity to a series of the faithful who court her, see above on YT 9, and in particular she blesses marriage. Her affection for Zarathustra is expressed in the only passage that tempts us in any way to quote, illustrating as it does the contrast with the holy human prophet of the Gathas. Thus she spake then, the good Ashi, she the lofty one, come nearer, true and holy Zarathustra, my lean thee here against chariot. Nearer to her came Spitama, on her car leaned Zarathustra. From above she then caressed him with the left arm and the right arm, with the right arm and the left arm, 102-148 the yashts and later Avesta ch. Thus she then with words addressed him, Beauteous art thou, Zarathustra, shapely art thou, Spitama, fair of limb and long ith arm thou. Glory to thy body is given, to thy soul long bliss in heaven, sure as that I thus have spoken. YT 17-1f. These lovely verses of ours are without unseemly pride guaranteed equal to the original, which, however, in the fourth line from the end has with beautiful calves quod versudicera non est. It may be added that long arms were a beauty, Artaxerxes Longimanus, Dirazdast, might seem to own a nickname, rather like our own King Longshanks, but the resemblance is misleading. Practically last among the yashts proper comes the 19th, the most original of all, as Geldner, Arena Devoted calls it. It is to the glory see above, p. 43, and the heroes who attained it, from Ahura Mazda down to Saoshyant. As Dar Mesteder observes, the Yasht would serve as a short history of the Iranian monarchy, an abridged Shalnamet. It begins with the 9th stanza of the hymn as given in our manuscripts, being very irrelevantly tacked onto a prose enumeration of mountains. Then we open with stanzas which recur thrice in the later parts of the Yasht, with of course a variation each time as a new recipient of the glory is described. Prose tells us that the powerful kingly glory is 9 Yasht 19:149 worshipped, which belongs to Ahura, the Amishas, the Yazatas, the Saoshyants. Then, with various attachments, come these verses, which obviously might as well have been composed for any other Yasht. That the world they may establish, neer henceforth to age or perish, neer corrupting, neer decaying, ever living, ever growing, master of itself. When, the dead to new life rising, he won the living, unimperiled, cometh, and the world's desiring shall be sated with renewal. Then, to Asha's law obedient, shall creation I be deathless, and the lie be thither driven whence she came, YT 19 LLF. The rest was prose, to cite the suggestive colophon from one of Milton's early poems, and as our printing indicates, the fragment has suffered metrically in transmission. But it is worth citing to compare with Gothic eschatology. As will be seen when we come to the beautiful Yasht the doctrine of the last 22 things is the side of Parsism that has been least marred in the interval between Zarathustra and the Assassinian revival. Further comparison with the Gathas may be suggested by the passage about Yuma 1 i.e. Saoshyant. 150 The Yashts and later Avesta O. See pages 42 if. The gaps again roughly indicate flaws in the meter. From the devils plundered Yuma riches, welfare, flocks and fatness, peace and honor bare he from them. By his sovereignty abounded ever food and drink unfailing. Flocks and men were all undying, waters, plants, no fell drought touched them, neither cold nor hot wind blowing, neither eld nor death, nor envy devil-born were, ere he first to lies and untruth bent his thought and tongue. Then before all eyes the glory bird-like fled away from Yuma. When he saw the glory vanish, Yuma-Kshatat, noble shepherd, rushed he round distraught, and smitten by him his foes on earth he laid YT. 1932, It will be seen by this time that the glory is a mythical talisman which belonged essentially to the royal house of Iran, though 2/3 of it vanished with Yuma's sin. It is noteworthy that the succession comes down no further than Visht-Spa, passing on immediately to Saoshyant, who belongs to eschatology alone. The opportunity of bringing in Cyrus and Darius was not taken. It may well be that the Yasht and consequently perhaps much else in the Yashts was composed either before their day 9 Yima and the glory 151 or in another part of Iran, if the latter, the rulers of that district equally missed celebration. Of course we know too little about the conditions to attach great weight to such argument. We may note in passing that the glory was prominent enough in western Iran in the Achaemenid period. Proper names like Tisiphorns and Intapherns contain its old Persian equivalent, Fama. There is one passage in this Yasht which we may refer to for the sake of the interesting literary parallel drawn by Darmstaedter. The famous Iranian hero Khirespspa seized the glory when it departed the third time from Yuma, and among other monsters he killed Snavidhaka, whose boast was, "Child, I am as yet if ever with the years I come to full age, I will make the earth a whirling wheel, and of the heaven my chariot. I will drag blessed spent Manu down from shining house of singing, I will speed fell Manu up from dreary home of evil. They shall draw for me my chariot, those twain spirits, blessed and evil if he do not first assail me, he, brave-hearted Khirespspa, YT 1943 which of course, according to the prose, he promptly did. Darmstaedter compares Otis and Ephialtes in 152 the Yashts and later Avesta O the Odyssey, who were 9 fathoms high at 9 years, and threatened the immortals, and the deed had they done, had they reached but the noontide of life, but Zeus and Leto's son destroyed them in that first strife, or ever, their temples beneath, bloomed blossom of young down fair, or on chin and on cheek as a wreath fell the shadow of clustering hair, od. XL 314 FFWay's translation. We have by no means exhausted the interest of this yasht, but we have outstripped our space, and other things to be named raise problems too difficult for us here. There is no more verse in the yashts, as printed in Geldner's great critical edition. For the only remaining poems of the kind we turn to the later parts of the Yasna, where hymns are found to Hauma, ys 911, and to Sriyasha, ys 57. These yazatas are among the very highest in the pre-Zarathustrian and the Reformed periods respectively. Hauma, the Indian soma, was an intoxicating drink, prepared by crushing the stalk of a plant very doubtfully identified. In the Veda it is of preeminent importance, but Zarathustra, as might have been expected, preserved a severe silence about it, if indeed he did not expressly denounce so demoralizing an element in the national religion. So at least Bartholomew reads ys. 3214. Compare what was said on this Gat-M above, p. 97, also p. 110. When this Bacchic divinity emerged from 9 Hauma 163 his eclipse, he seems to have been to some extent sobered into a reformed character. We have no particular evidence of alcohol, and Hauma appears to have become mostly magical or mystical. One interesting old folklore story may be quoted in Professor L. H. Mills's words. It is an exploit of Kirisispa. He who smote the horny dragon swallowing men and swallowing horses, poisonous, and green of color, over which, as thick as thumbs are, greenish poison flowed aside, on whose back once Kirisispa cooked his meat in iron cauldron at the noonday meal, and the deadly, scorched, upstarved, and springing off, dashed out the water as it boiled. Headlong fled affrighted manly-minded Kirs and Pa, ys 911 CSBEXXXI 234. The places where the rhythm fails in Dr. Mills's version do not quite answer to the weak spots in the original metric. We print it as prose, as he does. There is an amusing comment by the Pahlavi trans upon later hero the S end quote, affrighted end quote, flight. End quote. His manly-mindedness was this, that he kept his wits on the occasion. End quote. Need not be careful to excuse Kirisispa too elaborately for his fright under circumstances that were obviously trying. The story occurs in practically the same form in FT 1940, where Darmstedter's version, SBEXXM 295, may be compared. Another touch of folklore may be cited from this hymn, the prayer addressed to Hauma, first may we beware of robber, first of wolf and first of bandit, let them not of us be first where, let us of them all be first where ys. 921. 154 The Yashts and later Avesta ch. We compare at once Virgil's familiar and quote, Lupi morum vidir prioris. End quote, nor may we overlook the promise that follows, they that long sit searching scriptures, Hauma grants them grace and knowledge, ys 922. The nasks or end quote, scriptures end quote, here mentioned mean essentially no doubt the G and that's, for if the word means the Avesta as a whole which was in Sasanian times divided into 21 nasks we must put this verse fragment too late. The hymn to Sriyasha does not present anything special to dwell on, and we have now come very nearly to the end of the poetry of the Avesta. There are plenty of scraps of verse scattered up and down the prose portions of the Parsi scriptures, but in a little book which cannot be exhaustive we are justified in passing them by. Two compositions alone we can find space for. The second Fargard, chapter, of the Vendidad is almost isolated in the Leviticus of Parsism as containing a fairly long piece of continuous verse, and subject matter of real interest. It is the story of Yuma, see pages 41 ff, of whom Ahura Mazda tells Zarathustra that he was the first mortal before him to receive the revelation of Ahura. Spake I to him, Zarathustra, I that am the Lord of wisdom, end quote, keeper be thou, beauteous Yuma, my bearer of revelation. End quote, 9 Vendidad 2 155 But the beauteous Yuma answered, Not for this was I appointed, nor was taught, to be the keeper, bearer of the revelation. Spake I to him, Zarathustra, I that am the Lord of wisdom, if thou wilt not be the keeper, bearer of my revelation, prosper thou my good creation, increase thou my good creation, be thou guardian, overseer, my watcher over creation. Vend 22:4. Yuma agrees, but the text becomes corrupt for a stanza or two. The result is that for 300 years then the earth became abounding, full of flocks and full of cattle, full of men, of birds, dogs likewise, full of fires all bright and blazing, nor did men, flocks, herds of cattle, longer find them places on it. Vend 28 Travw Jackson. In response to the Creator's warning, Yuma has his remedy for overcrowding, which lasts another 3 centuries, to be finally repeated for a third period. Death and disease being unknown, this successive enlargement of the earth by increments of 1/3 each time, so the prose says, saves the situation up to the end of Yuma's reign. For this end see above, p. 43. Here is his expedient, 156 The Yashts and later Avesta ch. He the earth with golden arrow clave, and bored her with his poniard, saying, Holy Aramedi, stretch thee widely, cleave asunder, Vend 210. The identification of Aramedi and the earth will be noted. The second half of this fargard is peculiarly interesting to us, but is in prose, a rare exception to the rule that the verse parts monopolize the interest. It tells of the Vara, the refuge Yuma built on Ahura's suggestion to shelter mankind and animals from a terrible winter. The picture strongly tempts us to recognize the influence of the Babylonian flood story. If so, it is very noteworthy that the hallmark of lateness, prose, should be stamped upon this almost solitary specimen of borrowed matter. The prose warns us off here, or we should have liked to observe that the Vara recalls Revelation more even than Genesis. It is a city, built foursquare, with a river through it, as one of the only 2 scraps of verse tells us, make a river there of water, in a mile-long channel lead it, there establish grassy meadows, there establish pleasant mansions fend. 226. We take leave of the vended D with 2 typical contrasted extracts. One is the benediction upon the ritualist, 9 Vendildad 18:157 unto thee of cattle plenty, unto thee be wealth of children, unto thee be active spirit, active soul attend upon thee. Live with joyful minded being all the nights that hear thou livest. Such is Atar's blessing on him, whoso bringeth to him fuel, dried, prepared for clear bright burning, cleansed with rite of holy service. Vend 1827. The prose that precedes tells us that of 2 bedfellows who hear the cock crowing, the one who gets up first shall first enter paradise, and the one who feeds the fire, adder, will receive the above blessing. This ritual, as any housewife will cheerfully acknowledge, is of an eminently practical character which cannot be said of all rituals. In the same fargard we have an antithesis which gives the deeper side of the religion, setting against one another the false Thravan, fire priest, and the true. Him by shalt call priestly title, so he spake, the Lord of wisdom, 0 Thou holy Zarathustra, who throughout the time of darkness still inquires of holy wisdom. Ask of me, the great Creator, most beneficent of beings, that for thee there may be blessing, that thyself may be the happier, if thou make inquiry of me. Vend 18:7 f. 158 The Yashts and later Avesta o. We close with a freer description of a true poem, which paradoxically enough comes to us mainly in prose. Westergaard included it in his Avesta as we Yash 22, for which Geldner corrects him. Could have easily forgiven the veteran professor for making the same mistake, and so finding room in his monumental work for a critical edition of this beautiful piece. It is a picture of the passage of the soul after we death. Can hardly say how old its material is. On the one side it touches the Gathas, with which it is truly one in spirit, on the other it comes near to the Pahlavi vision of R.D. Viroth, the Parsi analogue of the Apocalypse of Peter, similar predecessors of Dante's Divine Comedy. Perhaps as it is the thoughts more than the words that can be described as poetry, we may represent it best in a free modern substitute, in which we may try to gather together the eschatology of Parsism from first to last. For such a purpose we must ask to be excused presenting the obverse of the medal, whoever will may go through our halting verses and by substituting devils for angels, hideous hags for lovely maidens, and so forth, gain an accurate idea of the mechanically balanced fate which the seer prepared for the wicked. The details will mostly be clear from explanations given up and down this little book. It is intended that the index should enable readers to find them. 9 Yasht XXII 159 AD Astra. Glory to thee, Mazda. Lo, I turn from dazzling visions of thy home of light, and find me weary in the strife again, to battle with the watchful fiends that line man's path to heaven. Yet in the sacred fire I pray thee let my waking thoughts recall sights that can soothe and strengthen. I beheld, and lo, from out the eternal house of song, one came and answered my unspoken prayer. How came I hither? Thou must tell the tale of what I was, a mortal, for the years of bliss have swept the memory away. It may be the fell demons of disease vanquished my body, while the death fiend nigh waited the hour to swoop upon her prey. What recked I? I was free. 3 days I watched hard by the spot whence weeping friends had borne the demon-haunted frame that once was mine. New light had dawned on all the earthly scenes where once I seemed to struggle all alone against the lie, for myriad angel forms thronged o'er the foughten field, and silently strengthened the weary warrior with their aid. And joy whose like the world had never known bade me forget the tears that death had drawn and death should dry. 4 glorious dawns had risen, and with the wakening loveliness of day came breezes whispering from the southern sky, laden with fragrant sweetness. I beheld, 160 the yashts and later Avesta ch. And floating lightly on the enamored winds a presence sped and hovered over me, a maiden, roseate as the blush of morn, stately and pure as heaven, and on her face the freshness of a bloom untouched of time. Amazed I cried, Who art thou, maiden fair, fairer than aught on earth these eyes have seen? And she in answer spake, I am thyself, thy thoughts, thy words, thy actions, glorified by every conquest over base desire, by every offering of a holy prayer to the wise Lord in heaven, every deed of kindly help done to the good and pure. By these I come thus lovely, come to guide thy steps to the dread bridge where waits for thee the prophet, charged with judgment. On the winds a little space we flew, yet spanned therein 10 times the gulf that severs sun and star, on to the south, where like a buried noon glimmered a growing glory onward still, till heavens burning with ethereal light revealed the house of song. High towered it stood, with flashing diamonds walled, suspense in air, and, far beneath, a chasm fathomless to keenest vision, whence a muffled wail strained through the solid darkness and betrayed fell ungramanus realm. Long time I gazed dazzled at heaven, or blinded upon hell, till o'er the abyss I saw a thin bright line stretched up to that fair portal, and I knew the bridge of judgment. Lo, an angel dread sat there beside, and in his hand the scales to weigh the good and evil. At his bar 9L envoy 161 I stood, yet feared not, while good angels pled and demons fierce accused me, till the scale sank with the load of everlasting joy. So with my angel forth I sped and passed the bridge of judgment, past the heavens 3, good thought, good word, good action, and beyond soared to the place of everlasting light, Ahura Mazda's boundless house of song. A how saint's voice hailed me, and hast hither come, from carnal world to spiritual, from the realm of death to life, to bliss that cannot die. And from the throne came answer, question not him that hath trod the dread and unknown path which parts the body and the soul for 3 I. Thou wise Lord, who when thy world was young didst pierce the grim night of the eastern sky with gladsome rays of truth and purity, forgive the error of this Venturau song that strives to hymn thy bounty. May my tongue tell of thy seer, and how against the lie pure thoughts, pure words, pure actions victory rang from his herald trumpet loud and long, so from the blaze wherein thy glories dwell once more athwart the sunless gloom a star shall flash its guiding message, and from far the sage of Iran answer to the spell, and speed with trophies of a faith long dim to find his Lord and bow the knee to him. Mo 11 Bibliography. A few of the most necessary books for study are mentioned here. Generally speaking, those which are named in the text are not repeated. A text, grammar, and lexicon Geldner. Avesta, the sacred books of the Parsis. Stuttgart, 1886-1895. Also published in German. The only obtainable text, superseding all others. Jackson, AVW. An Avesta Grammar. Part I, all published. Stuttgart, 1892. The most convenient grammar, but difficult to get. Avesta Reader, First Series. Easier texts, notes, and vocabulary. Stuttgart, 1893. Bartholomew, C. Borgiskik der Iranische Sprachen, also aus das Sprach und alt Persisch. In Vol. I of Geiger and Kuhn S. Grundriss der Iranische Philologie. Strasbourg, 1896-1904. Very elaborate and full. Handbuch der Zen-Sprach. A grammar, with crestomathy and vocabulary. Leipzig, 1883. Altyranisches Wörterbuch. Strasbourg, 1905. An indispensable book. Justi, F. Handbuch der Zen-Sprach. Leipzig, 1864. For 40 years are only Avestan Dictionary. Named here because in its crestomathy it has a text of Yash 22, which Geldner does not include. Bibliography 163b Translations Darmstetter and Mills. The Zend Avesta. In Sacred Books of the East, 3 volumes Volume I2, CD, contains Darmstetter's theory as to the date of the Avesta, and translation of the Vendidad, Vol. 2 translates the Yashts, Vol. Il, by Professor Mills, the Ayathas and later Yasna. Mills, L.H. The Hymns of Zoroaster, Bombay, 1909. This little book, to be obtained from the Cooper Publishing Company, Dr. Ilford, London, contains Mills' free translations of the Ayat-Layas without commentary. As meter they mainly illustrate the impossibility of rendering the Gathas into anything but prose, but the version must be studied for the reason given under the next cited work. The 5 Zoroastrian Gathas. Leipzig, 1894. This encyclopedic work is indispensable for the student of the original, because of the traditional material it contains. Bartholomew, C. Die Gatha S. de Augusta. Zarathustra S. Verpredigten, I. Berzitzt von C.B. Strasbourg, 1905. Beautiful little book, the latest and most trustworthy version. There is perhaps somewhat too much originality in the lexicographer's work, which is very often found differing widely from the other authorities, see above, p. 82 F. Wolf, F. Avesta. A German translation based on Bartholomew's lexicon. The Gathas are omitted. Strasbourg, 1910. Casartelli, L.C. Leaves from My Eastern A. Waiton, 1908. Little collection of mostly from the Avesta, these include Garden. Market verse renderings, YT. 1930-38 823, Vend. 1.9, and its Pahlavi, and 3 hymns of the Gathas. YT. There is also a free adaptation of and 22 its kindred material, planned in much the same way as that given above, but closer to the Avestan texts. Cooper, Nasser van G.M. The Imitation of Zoroaster. Quotations A from Zoroastrian literature. Ilford, London, 1910. Convenient little collection of maxims from early and later Parsi writings. 112 164 Bibliography. See Literature and Religion of the Avesta Geldner. Avesta Literatur. In the Grundriss, see above, Vol. N.A., concise and masterly sketch. The same volume contains authoritative accounts of all branches of Iranian literature to modern times, also of the history and civilizations of Iran. 246 and articles and quote, Persia and quote, pages F, and quote, Zendavesta and quote, Zoroaster and quote, in Encyclopaedia Britannica, ed. N. Jackson, ABW Die Iranische Religion. In the same volume of the Grundriss. This is the fullest and best account we have. Zoroaster. New York, 1899. An indispensable monograph, giving all the material there is for the history of Zoroaster, and the legends that have grown up round his name. The dissertations on his date and the sphere of his work are peculiarly valuable. Layman, E. Die Perser, in Chant Epi de la Sauce Religionsgeschichte, 2. 162-233. Tübingen, 1905. An admirable sketch. Teil, C.P. Geschichte Religion im Altertum, Vol. N. Gotha, 1903. This volume, translated from Dutch, is entirely devoted to Parsism. Carnoy, A Religion of the Avesta. London, Catholic Truth Society. An excellent summary in a penny pamphlet, by a Louvain professor. Geiger, A Civilization of the Eastern Iranians in Ancient Times. London, 1885. An excellent and readable description, in 2 volumes, translated by the Parsi Dastur Peshhotansanjana. Soderblom, and la vie future d'après de Mazdayasna. Paris, A 1901. Very full monograph on Avestan and post-Avestan eschatology. Cumont, F. Texts et Monuments Figures Relatives Auxiliary Mystères de Mithra. Brussels, 1899. The Great Authority on Mithraism. Indexes, 1, Passages of the Avesta Ys. 2713 f, 115 f, 2718 117, ys. 443 to 586, YT. 313 124, 2, General, Avestan or other Iranian words in italics, Aboriginal influence, 30, 38 Abstract thought, 54 5, 84 Achaemenid kings, 7, 38, 51, 77, 126, 151 Adityas, 46 Ishma, Asmodeus, 68 F, 95 Agni, 37, 38 Agriculture, 88, 103, 105, 107, 115 Ahanavarya, Anavar, 114 F Ahura, 34, 56, 58, 73, 115. C Majd Aryanavyajat, 6, 127 Aryamd Idolario, 116 F Alberts, 139 Alexander, 7, 13 All Souls Feast, 144 Alphabet of Avestan, 11 F Ambiguities of Gathas, 82 F Emirata, 63 F, 99, 108 Amishas 58 ff, 78, 96, 106, 125, 140, etc. Anahita, Anahid, 37 f, 46, 55, 125 ff. Ancestor worship, 33 ff, 143 f. Ngramanu, Araman, 56, 66 ff, 78, 160, etc. Anthropomorphism, 54 f. Antiquity of Gathas, 14 f. Apasa, 41, 133 f. Apocalypse of John, 58 f. 124, 156 Apocalyptic, 72 f. Aramati, Shpondaramat, 36, 62f, 95, etc. Ardvirov, 158 Artaxerxes I, 148, 2, 125 Artemis of Ephesus, 128 F Arian Unity, 3 ff, 29 ff, etc. Eslia, 46, 60 f, 109, 116, etc. Asamvohi I, 116 Ashivanu I, 125, 135, 147 F Assyrian, 8, 37, 73 Astrology, 77 Adar, 39, 157. See Fire Avesta, Avestan, 8 ff, etc. Aya x $USTA, 61 f, 70, 95 Diu, Dergameu, 70 Azidadka, 39, 130 Babylon, 30, 37, 44 ff, 130, 156 Bajabux Dollare, 128 Bearsman, Barsum, 127 Behistan, 7f, 75 f Benva, 110, 112 Baghazkayi, 9, 73 Bridge. See Sinvato Paratu Buddha, 30, 49, 141 f Bundahayish, SB Evolvi, 42, 53 Bunyan, 60 Cambyses, Kajnbijiyat, 75 Canon of Avesta, 13 Cattle, 61. Sijo Urban Index 167 Chanting of Gathas, 16, 26, 55, 74 Kista, 140 Christianity, 16, 28, 53, 70 f, 73, 77, 98, 101 f, 109, 161 Psi at U2 TR*2, 71, 106, 160 F Conscience, 35 Cuneiform, 7 F Cyrus, Kurus, 51, 150, end quote, self end quote, 72, 106, 109, 113, 142, 100, etc. Devat, 34, 43, 55 f, etc. Daf Bagathoi 09, 120, 130 Dante, 158 Urias I, 7, 51, 57 f, 75, 150 Date of Zarathustra, 48 f Diodorus Siculus, 77 Dog, 44 Dreams, Divination by, 7705 159 J and Amp, GT, Raj, FF, 109, Dualism, 04 I Jehovah, 49 Dia, INDEUR Dios, 33, 36, 124 Earth, Mother, 33, 36, 63, 95, 105 Ekmide, 38 Eschatology, 62, 64, 69 FF, 85, 96, 98 FF, 106, 109 FF, 114 F, 149, 158 FF Esoteric Teaching, 82 Evil, Problem of, 64 FF, 78 External Soul, 145 Fall of Man. See Yuma Final Vowels, 22 F, 83 Firdausi, 1, 42, 122, 131 _ Fire, 38 F, 159. See Adder First 90 end quote, Life, end quote, 1, 48, Fitzgerald, 1 F, 42 Frashaestra, 50, 53, 89, 110, 113 Freya Coretti, 53 F, 72 F, 96 Fravashi, 35, 55, 91, 118, 141 FF Jotima. See Buddha Good 2 is, 80 FF, etc. Gdthd Haptani Huatai, 74, 81, 117 Gathic dialect, 9, 23 ff, etc. Gaumata, 75 Genesis, Book of, 37, 43, 136, 156 Germanic, 33, 39, 63, 65 GFFTFL Irvan, 88, 91, 109, 135 Glory, Verona, 43, 125, 140, 148 FF Grammar, Avestan, 16, 26 F Gretmai, 98 Greek Religion, 33, 39, Writers on Zoroastrianism, 10, 50, 52, 68, 76 F Hamstaken, 98 F, 109 Hauma, 41, 47, 55, 110, 152 F Orbited, 124. See Amirat Hearth, 36, 39 Heaven and Earth, 33 and quote, Heavenly Ones, and quote, 32 ff, 55 Hebrew Prophets, 55 Herodotus, 31, 35 f, 38, 46, 56, 66, 75, 125 Home of Indo-Europeans, 3, 31 Homer, 139, 152 House of Song, 71, 94, 110, 159 ff House of the Lie, 110 Humana, 94, 161 Hvovi, Hvagva, 53 f Indian Literature, 1, 4 f, see Veda Indian Migration, 6, 38 f 121. 168 Index Indian Religion, 30 ff, etc. Indo-European, 3, 31 ff, 37, 41, 45 Indra, 73 Iran, 6 ff, 44 f, 50 f, 73, etc. Ishtar, 46 Islam, 13 f, 71, 78 Jade Maspot, 50, 53, 100, 110, 112 ff Judaism and Zoroastrianism, 66, 73 Judgment. See Eschatology Carapano, 69, 110 Cabello, 69, 112 Kiristchpa, 151, 153 Craftsturd, Akraftsturd, 69 Kshatra, Sabra, 61 f, etc. Later Avestan, 9, 23, 118 ff, etc. Laughing at Birth, 51 ff Legendary. Is Zarathustra, 15, 50, 112 Lie. See Truth, also Druj Light Gods, 45 f, 56, 136 Literary Features, 2, 28, 84 ff, 121 f, etc. Lithuanian, 3, 38, 45 Lucretius, 139 Magi, 26, 75 ff, 99, 133, 145 Magic, 77, 133, 146 Mahabharata, 1, 4 f, 35 Manes, 35, 144 Monotheism, 7, 79 Mandra, 127 Manuscripts, Avestan, 11 f, 25 f Marriage Hymn, 112 ff, of Next Kin, 77 Matthew, Gospel of, 26, 53, 144, 161 Mazda, Ahura Mazda, Ahura Mazda, Ormuzd, 50, 56 ff, 66 f, 73, 120, 125 f, etc. Media, 36, 49, 75 Metals, 61 f Meteors, 133 meter, 17 ff, 87 f, 100, 108, LLLF, 115 f, 130, etc. Mithra, 35 ff, 43, 47, 55, 91, 125, 135 ff, etc. Mithraism, 43, 79, 88, 136 Midratraj, 137 Morality, 69. See Truth Muslim Conquest, 13f, 78 Nameless 3255 Gods, f, Nasatya, Nanhyatya, 73 Nasks, 154 Nature Worship, 35 ff, 56 Nomadic Life, 39, 44 Old Persian, 7f, etc. Omar Khayyam, 1f, 42 Oratai, 77 Orpheism, 62 Ox Creator, Jadalur Tasan, 91 f Ox Soul. Sijo Esirvan Pahlavi, 7f, 13, 98, 143, 153, 158 Parika, Peri, 133 Paritta, 130 Paradise, Ethical, 73, 107 Parsi Migration, 14 ff, 78 Parsism, No World Religion, 28, 64 Persepolis, 13, 126 Persia and India, 21 ff Persian, 4, 8, 35, 68 Personification, 59 f Place of Z's Ministry, 49 ff Planets, 133 Plants, 64 Index 169 Pliny, 13, 51 f Plutarch, 61 ff Polytheism, 58, 74 Iotirushista, 50, 112 f Punrushispa, 49, 127 Priests, A6 Ravan, Zaotar, 55, 74, 99, 157 Prose, 19, 123, etc. Raga, 49 Lyashant, 71, 140, 146, 160 Regeneration. See Frastkirti Religion of Persia, 31 ff Ritual, 12, 77 f Roman Religion, 32 Fiv. Books Sacred of the East SBE, 15, 163 Sanskrit, 4, 11, 22, Vedic etc. See Saoshyant, 53, 91, f, 106, 149 f, etc. Sasanian Era, 8, 13 f, 74, 78, 121, 149, 154 Satan, 66 Svyana, 63 Scythians, 36, f3_8 Self. See Danel Shnamet. See Firdausi Sky Gods, 33, 42 Srayardis, Bardiya, 75 Tinvidliaka, 151 11 Sandergatur, 32, 35, 61 Spay ad Ra, 96 Spenta, 62, 67, 101 Spenta Manu, 66 f, 109, 151 Spidima, 50 Srnagza, Obedience, 59, 89, 99, 102, 140, 152 Stars, 46, 85 f, 132 f, 143 Sun, 35, 97, 132. See Mithra Syncretism, Religious, 76, 145 Taberi, 13 Tennyson, 44, 139 Text of Gathas, 25 f The Odyssey, 71 0 E6J, Original Meaning, 33 Thought, Word, Deed, 57, 108, 140, 160 F3 Ta'ana, Faradun, 131 Thy end quote, Come Kingdom end quote, in Avestan, 62 Tishraya, 41, 125, 132 FF Tobit, 49, 68 F, 77, 95 Towers of Silence, Dakama, 76 F Truth, 37, 56, 66, 137, 140 Twins, Yema, 42, 66, 93 Universalism, 70 Urka, 43, 88 Usajo, 69 Vakhash, Valogesas, 13 Vara, Far, 156 Vidrena, 146 Varana. 73, 136 Vayu, 147 Veda, 21 FF, 31 FF, 49, 63, 143 F, etc. Vendidad, 12, 19, 77, 154 FF Berethragalma, 39 F, 55, F 125, 146 Virgil, 51 FF, 154 Vecht Spa, Histisps, 50, 89, 108, 128, 150 Vielvavant, Vivasvant, 42 Vohumana, 60 F, 92, 101, 107, 115, etc. Vaurukastia, 134 Waters, 64, 125, 143 Wisdom, 57. Simaj words peculiar to Dura world, 95. Please do not remove cards or slips from this Pocket University of Toronto Library BL 1515. If M6 Moulton, James Hope Early Religious Poetry.